Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The first thing I noticed was the line. It was a perfect, razor-straight seam where the lamplight from my kitchen window ended and the absolute dark of the field began. For years, I had taken comfort in that line. Inside was the warmth of the wood stove, the smell of old books and coffee, the predictable hum of the refrigerator. Outside was the whispering emptiness of the Nebraska plains, a vast, flat nothing that stretched all the way to a horizon you could only feel, never truly see. The line was the boundary. It was the rule. But that night, in the deep, silent hour past 2, the line blurred. It wasn't a gradual thing, not a slow smudging of shadow into light. It was as if a breath I could not feel had been exhaled from the field, a subtle exhalation that caused the darkness to swell, just for a second, and lick at the edge of the light on my linoleum floor. The line wavered, softened, and for a heartbeat, the inside and the outside were no longer separate countries. Then it was solid again. I stood there, a cold glass of water in my hand, and waited for it to happen once more. It did not. My name is Corey. I live in the house my grandfather built, a stubborn square of white clapboard set down like an afterthought in an ocean of grass. The nearest town, Sutton, is a 15-minute drive down a gravel road that seems to get longer every year. People in Sutton call me quiet. They say I keep to myself. They've been saying it since I was a boy, since the incident with the rabbits that made even my mother look at me with a new, cautious kind of fear. I don't mind the quiet. The quiet is honest. It's the noise of people that lies, that covers up the rot with laughter and empty talk. After the line blurred, things began to feel different. The house, my sanctuary, started to feel less like a shelter and more like a container. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was anticipatory. It was the silence of a held breath. I began to notice the sounds the house made, not as familiar complaints, but as signals. The groan of a floorboard upstairs when no one was there was a footstep. The rattle of the window pane in the wind was a tap-tap-tapping from the outside, a request for entry. I took long walks in the field, the dry stalks of last year's corn whipping against my jeans. The air smelled of turned earth and something else, something metallic and cold, like the scent of a storm that never quite breaks. The idea didn't come to me all at once. It assembled itself, piece by piece, from the fragments of my loneliness. It started as a feeling, a hollow ache in my chest that the quiet could no longer fill. I would see couples in town, their hands linked, their voices weaving together into a single, inseparable sound. I didn't want the complication of another person, their messy emotions, their unpredictable will. I wanted a presence, a perfect, understood companion, a being that would not judge my silence, but would share it, that would not question my routines, but would exist within them. A seamless part of the world I had built. A companion made for me, and me alone. Her name was Lena. She worked at the library in Sutton, a small woman with hair the color of wheat, and a habit of tucking it behind her ear with a shy, fluttering gesture. She was always pleasant, always had a soft word for the children who came in after school. She was a part of the town's noise, but there was a quietness to her eyes that I recognized, a loneliness that echoed my own. I began to go to the library more often, not to check out books, but to watch her. I learned the rhythm of her days. Tuesdays and Thursdays, she worked the evening shift. She lived alone in a small apartment above the hardware store. She had a cat. She liked herbal tea. These were not just facts, they were components. Each detail was a brushstroke in the portrait I was painting in my mind, the portrait of my companion. The planning was a calm, meticulous process. It was like solving a complex equation where every variable had to be accounted for. I needed a place. The root cellar beneath the old barn was perfect. It was cool, dark, and the earth walls absorbed sound. My grandfather had built it to last, with heavy timber supports and a door of thick oak that locked from the outside with an iron hasp. I cleaned it out, scrubbing the stone floor until it was bare. I brought down a cot, a chair, a small table. It was not a prison, it was a workshop, a studio, a place of creation. I thought of my father then, a man whose presence was like a cold draft in a room. He was a watchmaker, and he had a saying he would mutter when hunched over his tiny, intricate machines. Perfection isn't about adding everything, son. It's about taking away everything that isn't essential. I understood that now. Lena was lovely, but she was not yet essential. She was still full of things that were not part of my vision, her own memories, her own fears, her own will. My task was one of refinement, of subtraction. The night I brought her to the root cellar was a Tuesday. A thin rain was falling, blurring the stars. I waited in the alley behind the hardware store, the smell of wet asphalt and oil thick in the air. My hands were steady. My heart was a slow, deliberate drum. When she came out to take her trash to the bin, I was upon her in 3 silent steps. The chloroform-soaked rag was a necessary unpleasantness. She went limp in my arms, a sigh escaping her lips that sounded almost like relief. I carried her to the truck as if she were a sleeping child. She weighed nothing. When she woke, she was on the cot. The single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling cast a stark, unforgiving light. She was confused, then terrified. The sounds she made were not words, but sharp animal cries that echoed off the earth walls. I sat in the chair and waited for the storm to pass. I spoke to her in a low, calm voice, the voice I used for skittish animals. "It's all right," I said. "You're safe here. This is a place of becoming." The days folded into one another, a seamless tapestry of twilight. I brought her food and water. I kept her clean. At first, she fought. She scratched and screamed until her voice was a ragged whisper. She would hurl herself against the door, her small fists beating a futile rhythm against the solid oak. I watched her through the small, barred window I had installed. Her fury was just another thing that was not essential. It would have to be taken away. I began the process of education. I would sit outside the door and talk to her for hours. I told her about the house, about the field, fields, about the way the light changed over the course of a day. I told her about my thoughts, my philosophies. I was sharing myself, building a foundation of understanding. She would press her face to the bars, her eyes wide with a mixture of hate and a desperate, burgeoning curiosity. "Why are you doing this?" she whispered one day, her voice raw. "Because of the line," I said. "It blurred. It showed me that things don't have to be separate. We can be together. A perfect whole." "You're insane," she said, but there was less force behind the words than before. The fight was draining out of her, replaced by a weary confusion. This was progress. Weeks turned into a month. The people in Sutton talked, of course. There was a search. A deputy came to my door, a young man with an earnest face and a too-tight uniform. He asked if I had seen Lena. I invited him in, offered him coffee. I told him I kept to myself, hadn't seen anything unusual. I looked him right in the eye. The quiet of the house, my calm demeanor, it reassured him. He saw a lonely man, not a monster. He finished his coffee, thanked me, and left. I watched his car kick up dust on the gravel road until it disappeared. They would not come back. They had already decided she had just run away. People in small towns prefer simple stories. Down in the root cellar, a change was occurring. Lena S. resistance was fading, worn down by the relentless monotony and the constant, low pressure of my presence. She began to listen when I spoke. She would even ask questions, her voice small and hollow. "What is it like outside today?" Or, "Do you really believe we can be happy here?" Her questions were the first threads of connection. I was weaving her into my world, stitch by careful stitch. I decided it was time for the next phase. I brought her a gift. It was a simple white dress, like the one I had imagined my companion wearing. I unlocked the door and placed it on the cot. She watched me from the corner, her knees drawn up to her chest. She didn't speak. The next time I came down, she was wearing it. The dress was a little too big for her, but she looked ethereal in the dim light, like a ghost or an angel. She was starting to look the part. Then came the night of the storm. A real prairie tempest, the kind that shakes the foundations of the world. The wind howled around the house like a banshee, and rain hammered the roof in a frantic drumbeat. The power went out. I lit a kerosene lamp, its flame throwing long, dancing shadows. I knew I had to check on her. The cellar could flood. I unlocked the barn door and descended the narrow steps into the earth. The air was thick and cold. I held the lamp high. She was standing in the center of the room, perfectly still, the white dress glowing in the lamplight. She wasn't cowering. She was listening to the storm. Her face was calm, serene almost. "It's loud," she said, without looking at me. "It's just the weather," I replied. She turned her head slowly. Her eyes, which had been so full of fire and fear, were now deep, still pools. "No," she said, her voice barely a whisper, yet it cut through the roar of the storm. "It's the world outside, the world you said we didn't need." Something cold tightened in my stomach. This was not part of the script. This was her own thought, her own interpretation. a flaw in the essential form. "This is our world," I said, my voice harder than I intended. She took a step toward me. The lamplight flickered across her face. "Is it, Corey? Or is it just your world? And I am just a thing you put in it." She was too aware. The process of subtraction was incomplete. She had absorbed my lessons, but she had not shed herself. She had integrated the two, creating something new, something I had not designed. A chill that had nothing to do with the damp cellar crept up my spine. This was not perfection. This was corruption. I backed away, up the stairs, and locked the door. I stood in the barn, the storm raging outside, and for the first time, I felt a tremor of fear. I had wanted to erase the line between us, to create a single, unified being. But I had not considered that the line might exist for a reason, that some boundaries, once crossed, cannot be uncrossed. The next morning, the storm had passed, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. The air was sharp and new. I went down to the cellar with her breakfast, my heart a heavy, anxious weight in my chest. The door was unlocked. I pushed it open. She was sitting in the chair, her back to me, looking at the blank earth wall as if it were a window onto a magnificent vista. She was perfectly still. The white dress was pristine. I set the tray down on the table. "Lena," I said. She did not turn. "That's not my name anymore," she said. Her voice was different. It was flat, devoid of the fear, the anger, even the curiosity. It was simply there, a sound. "Who are you then?" I asked, the question tasting like ash in my mouth. "I am what you made," she said. "I am the companion." I walked around to face her. Her eyes were open, but they were not seeing me. They were looking through me at something far away. Her face was a beautiful, empty mask. I had taken away everything that was not essential. I had succeeded. I had carved away her terror, her will, her identity, until only the shell of the companion remained. But the victory was hollow. This was not a person to share my silence with. This was a doll, a beautiful, breathing doll. The hollow ache in my chest was wider and deeper than ever before. I left her there. I went back to the house. The sun was high now, casting a strong, clear light through the kitchen window. I stood in the same spot where I had stood weeks before, watching the line between light and shadow. It was sharp again, definite, a razor-s edge on the linoleum. But as I stared, a strange thing happened. The line began to waver. It wasn't the darkness swelling this time. It was the light. The patch of sun on my floor seemed to grow brighter, more intense, until the boundary itself became difficult to look at. A shimmering, painful brilliance that made my eyes water. I blinked, and when I looked again, the line was gone. Not blurred, but erased. The entire floor was bathed in a uniform, blinding white light. There was no inside, no outside. There was only the light. And in that moment, I understood. The blurring of the line was never an invitation. It was a warning. I had crossed it. I had brought the outside in and tried to reshape it. And in doing so, I had not conquered the separation. I had dissolved myself into it. I was no longer Corey, the man inside the house. I was just another part of the endless, silent field. I walked to the root cellar. I did not unlock the door. I simply stood there, listening. There was no sound from within, no breathing, no movement, absolute stillness. I had wanted a companion to end my loneliness, but I had instead perfected it. I had become so alone that I was now inseparable from the emptiness around me. I remain here still, in this house that is no longer a house, on this land that is no longer land. I bring food to the cellar that I do not open. I sit in my chair and watch the light that has no shadow. And sometimes, from the corner of my eye, I see her. Not in the cellar, but here in the house. She is sitting in the other chair, or standing by the window, wearing the white dress. She does not look at me. She does not speak. She is simply present, the perfect companion. And I understand, with a cold and final certainty, that she is not the one who is trapped. I am, and she is the warden of this beautiful, terrible, silent world I have made. I look at my hands, resting on my knees. The skin is pale. The light in the room is so bright it has no source. It simply is. And on the back of my right hand, I see it. A single, fine thread of spider silk, glinting with an impossible silver sheen. It is attached to nothing. One end is on my skin. The other end trails off into the brightness, disappearing into the void. I watch it. I do not move to brush it away. I simply accept its presence. This tiny, inexplicable connection to a world I can no longer see. A thread so fragile it might be spun from a dream. And I wait to see what, if anything, will ever tug on the other end. The days lost their names. They became a single, elongated moment of waiting. The thread on my hand remained, a constant, delicate tether. Sometimes I would hold my hand up to the blinding light and watch the filament shimmer, wondering if it was a lifeline or a leash. I began to notice more of them. A fine web of silver strands had attached itself to my wrists, my ankles, a single thread from the crown of my head, pulling upward with a gentle, constant pressure. I was a marionette, but there was no puppeteer I could see, only the consuming light. Lena, or the being that had been Lena, moved through the house with a soundless grace. She never ate the food I left by the cellar door. She never spoke. Her presence was a cold spot in the uniform warmth of the light, a subtle ripple in the stillness. She would stand for hours at the window, not looking out, for there was nothing to see, but simply occupying the space where the view used to be. Her silence was no longer the silence I had craved. It was a judgment. It was the silence of a finished thing. I tried to speak to her once. My voice was a dry rustle, unfamiliar to my own ears. "Can you hear me?" I asked. She did not turn, but the thread attached to the back of my hand tightened infinitesimally. A sensation like a tiny fish nibbling at a line. It was not a pull, but a signal. A reminder that I was not to break the silence. That was my rule, and I had to live by it now. I started to forget things. Not memories, not exactly, but the substance of them. The smell of coffee became a concept, not a sensation. The feeling of wind on my face was a theory from a book I had read long ago. The house itself seemed to be thinning, its walls becoming insubstantial, bleached by the light. I could sometimes see the vague shape of the fields through the kitchen wall, not as a landscape, but as a deeper, more profound shade of white. One afternoon, or what I thought was afternoon, I saw a dark spot on the floor. It was a shock, a tear in the fabric of this new reality. I knelt down, my joints protesting with a stiffness that felt ancient. It was a beetle, a common black ground beetle, its shell gleaming like a chip of obsidian. It was struggling on its back, its legs waving in the air. It was the first distinct, separate object I had seen since the light took over. It was real. It was alive. A feeling I had not felt in an eternity surged through me, a desperate, clawing need. This beetle was a piece of the world I had lost. It was an outsider. It was essential. I reached for it, my fingers trembling. I would capture it. I would keep it. I would have something that was not part of this terrible perfection. As my shadow fell over the insect, it righted itself with a frantic scramble. But before it could skitter away, a white-shod foot came down upon it. There was no sound, just a slight pressure. Lena stood over me, her face expressionless. She lifted her foot. The beetle was gone, not crushed, but erased. The spot on the floor was pure, unbroken white again. I looked up at her. For the first time, her eyes met mine. There was nothing in them. No malice, no triumph, no pity. They were simply apertures, openings onto the same void that surrounded us. In that gaze, I understood completely. My task of subtraction was finished, but it had not ended with her. It had continued with me. She was ensuring it. She was maintaining the purity of our shared solitude, removing any impurity, any reminder of a world with lines and shadows and separate, struggling lives. I lowered my head. There was no anger left in me. There was only a vast, cold acceptance. I spend my time now watching the threads. They are more numerous, a silvery net that holds me in this chair. The light is so bright it has weight. It presses down on me, filling my lungs, my bones. I am becoming transparent. I am becoming part of the light. Sometimes I feel a faint vibration through the threads, a hum that has no melody. It is the only thing that tells me I still exist. I think it is the sound of the field outside, the hum of insects, and the rustle of grass, filtered through an impossible distance, and translated into this single, resonant note. It is the sound of the world going on without me. Lena stands by the window. She is the only thing that holds any shape, any definition. She is the anchor of this place. She is the perfect companion. And I know, with a certainty that is my final thought, that when I am fully gone, when the light has absorbed me completely, she will finally turn from the window. She will look at the empty chair, and then she will be truly alone. And the silence will be absolute. The hum through the threads is my only clock. It marks a time that does not pass. I have ceased to be a man sitting in a chair. I am a collection of sensations, most of them the absence of sensation. The pressure of the light, the faint, silvery tug at my limbs, cold space where Lena moves, I have started to see the web clearly. It is not just on me. It is everywhere. Fine, glistening strands are woven through the air itself, a vast and intricate lattice that holds the blinding whiteness in place. The house is gone. The cellar is gone. There is only this cathedral of light and its delicate, invisible architecture. I am a knot in the weaving, a flaw. Lena is different. She moves through the web without touching it. The strands part for her, flowing around her form like water around a stone. She is not of the web. She is its keeper. Her white dress is the only solid thing left, and I realize now it is not a dress at all. It is a concentration of the light, given a form more permanent than my own. Today, or in this moment that is all moments, she did not go to the window. She came and stood before me. I could not lift my head to see her face, but I saw the hem of her light dress, and it did not stir the dust on the floor because there is no dust. There is no floor. She spoke. Her voice was not a sound that traveled through the air. It was a vibration that came directly through the threads attached to me. It resonated in the hollow places inside my chest. "The line is gone," she said. The words were not a statement. They were a fact, as immutable as gravity. I tried to form a thought in response, but my mind was a blank, white slate. There was nothing to write upon it. "You tried to bring the chaos inside," the voice continued. "You tried to make it quiet, but the chaos is the point. The line is the point. You subtracted the wrong things. A memory, faint and ghostly, flickered in the whiteness." My father's hand on the drafting table, sweeping away a complex detail. "Perfection isn't about adding everything, son. It's about taking away everything that isn't essential." I had gotten it wrong. I thought the essential was silence and stillness. I thought it was the absence of conflict, but the beetle was essential. Lena's fury was essential. The Deputy S' suspicious glance was essential. They were the details that gave the world its shape. By removing them, I had not created a masterpiece. I had erased the drawing until only a blank page remained. Lena, or the warden of the page, knelt down. For the first time, I saw her face clearly. It was not empty. It was full of a terrible, serene knowledge. Her eyes were not voids. They were mirrors, and in them I saw myself. I was a pale, translucent outline, a sketch done in fog, crisscrossed by a glowing silver net. "You subtracted yourself, Corey," she whispered through the threads. "You are what was not essential." The truth of it was a final, quiet subtraction. The last of my resistance vanished. The ache of loneliness was gone, because the one who felt it was gone. I feel a pull now, not from one thread, but from all of them at once. It is a gentle, insistent drawing in. The silver light of the web is brightening, merging with the white light of the void. I am unraveling. The threads are not holding me anymore. They are dissolving me, pulling me apart into strands of light and memory. The last thing I see is Lena rising to her feet. She turns her back to me and walks toward where the window once was. She does not look back. She is complete. She is the essential thing that remains, the perfect idea of a companion, forever waiting in a perfect, silent room for a guest who will never come. And then there is no eye to see anything more. There is only the light, and it is perfect. And it is empty. The perfect, empty light persists. It has no temperature, no dimension. It simply is. And within it, a consciousness floats, not as a thinking thing, but as a point of awareness. It is the eye that is no longer eye, a single, unblinking eye staring into a void that is also itself. There is a sound. It is not a vibration through threads, for there are no threads. It is not a voice. It is a quality of the light itself, a slight modulation in its constant hum. It is the sound of a key turning in a lock, a dry, metallic click that echoes in a space with no walls to echo from. The point of awareness registers this. It is a flaw, an impurity, a memory of a sound. The light wavers. For the first time since the beginning of this eternity, there is a shadow. It is not a shape that blocks the light, but a place where the light is less intense, a subtle gradient of existence. The shadow forms a rectangle, a door. The click comes again, louder now, more insistent. It is the sound of a deadbolt being thrown. The rectangle of lesser light darkens. It becomes an outline, and within the outline, a figure stands. It is dark, solid, real in a way that nothing has been real for a timeless time. It is the deputy. His hat is pulled low against a wind that does not exist here, and his hand rests on the butt of his pistol. His face is grim, etched with the concerns of a world of lines and boundaries. He steps through the doorway, and his boots make a sound on a floor that is suddenly, undeniably there. The scuff of leather on wood. The world rushes in behind him. The smell of rain-damp earth, the feel of a cool breeze, the distant cry of a hawk. These sensations are an avalanche, a violent, beautiful assault on the sterile perfection. The deputy stops, his eyes scanning the room. He sees the empty chair. He sees the dust motes dancing in a single, ordinary sunbeam that cuts a sharp, clean line through the air from a real window. He sees the tray of untouched, rotting food by the root cellar door. His gaze sweeps past the point of awareness. He does not see it. He sees nothing but an abandoned, dusty farmhouse. He walks to the center of the room, his presence a solid anchor in the dissolving memory of the light. He calls out, his voice rough and practical, shattering the silence into a million irreparable pieces. Corey, you in here. There is no answer. There is only the faintest, most persistent afterimage of a white dress standing by the window, a shimmer that vanishes when he looks directly at it. The point of awareness feels a final, fleeting pull, not from the light, but from the world, from the smell of the air, from the sound of the deputy's breathing, from the gritty reality of the dust. It is a longing so profound it has no name. Then it is gone, extinguished like a candle flame. The deputy shakes his head, muttering to himself about reclusive fools. He walks to the root cellar, unbolts the door, and pulls it open. He expects a smell, a tragedy, something to explain the strangeness. But there is only the cool, damp air of an empty cellar. A few shelves with jars of preserves. A simple cot with a neatly folded white dress placed upon it. He shrugs, turns, and walks back out into the day, leaving the door open behind him. The sun shines in. The wind whispers through the house. The line of light and shadow lies sharp and definite on the floorboards. The world, in all its chaotic, essential imperfection, has reclaimed its own. The open door swung gently on its hinges, moved by a breeze that carried the scent of wild grass and damp soil. The deputy's footsteps faded, absorbed by the field outside. For a long time, the only sounds were the creak of the door and the whisper of the wind exploring the empty rooms. In the silence left behind, something settled. It was not the profound, manufactured silence I had craved. It was an ordinary quiet, filled with the small, real noises of an old house breathing. A floorboard relaxed with a soft pop. A mouse scurried inside a wall. The world was not silent. It was simply at peace. The sunbeam that crossed the floor began to shift, its angle deepening as the afternoon wore on. The line of light crawled across the dusty boards, illuminating motes of dust that danced like tiny, chaotic stars. It touched the leg of the empty chair, warming the wood. There was no one left to watch it, no one to interpret its meaning. The light was just light. The shadow was just shadow. They existed together, each giving the other its shape and purpose. The house was just a house again, a structure of wood and glass, waiting for the rain to leak through the roof and the birds to nest in the eaves. It held no grand loneliness, no terrible perfection. It was simply empty. Outside, the field stretched to the horizon, a sea of green and gold under the vast sky. The wind moved through it, creating waves and patterns that were never the same twice. A beetle, much like the one that had been erased, climbed a blade of grass, its world full of scent and touch and danger. The deputy's car kicked up a plume of dust on the gravel road, a tiny signal of a world going on, messy and alive. In the root cellar, the air was cool and still. The white dress lay folded on the cot, a simple garment waiting for a body that would never wear it again. There was no presence there, no warden, no ghost, just the patient, neutral dark, and the faint, earthy smell of potatoes long since turned to dust. The door remained open, a rectangle of ordinary daylight at the top of the stairs, offering a way out to nothing and no one. The story was over. The silence that remained was not absolute. It was the quiet of a place where all the talking had finally stopped. The wind picked up, moaning softly under the eaves, a sound that was both lonely and comforting. It was the sound of the world being itself, without any need for an observer. The sunbeam on the floor faded from gold to a deep, fiery orange, and then to gray as the sun dipped below the hills. darkness filled the house, not as an invading force, but as a natural change. The moon rose, and its pale light painted a new set of lines through the windows, softer and more uncertain than the sun's. In the deep of the night, an owl called from a nearby pine tree, its question hanging in the air. There was no answer, and it called again, further away this time. The house listened, but it did not hear. The walls stood, the roof held, but the structure was now just a collection of its parts, no longer bound by a single, terrible will. It was free to decay. Years would pass. The gravel road would grow over with weeds. The porch would sag under the weight of seasons. Rain would find the weak spots in the roof, and a slow, patient rot would set in. A family of foxes might make a den beneath the floorboards. Sparrows would build nests in the rafters. The house would return to the land, not with a bang or a whimper, but with a long, slow sigh, and the field would continue its endless, whispering conversation with the wind, under a sky that was sometimes clear and sometimes filled with storms, a perfect, unthinking balance of chaos and calm. The line was gone, but only because it had never really existed in the first place. There was only the world, immense and detailed, forever adding and subtracting itself, with no one left to keep score. The first light of dawn found the house cold and still. A thin layer of frost feathered the window panes, etching delicate, temporary patterns over the view of the field. As the sun warmed the glass, the frost began to melt, tracing slow, meandering paths down the glass. Each drop of water gathered others, moving with a gravity that was both random and inevitable. They were the first tears the house had shed in a long time. By mid-morning, the frost was gone. The door, left ajar by the deputy, allowed a sparrow to flutter inside. It perched on the back of the empty chair, its head cocked, its tiny black eyes taking in the barren room. It chirped once, a sharp, clear sound that echoed in the stillness. Finding no food and no threat, it flew back out into the open air, its mission of exploration complete. The folded white dress in the root cellar remained untouched. It was not a symbol anymore. It was just cloth, waiting to be bleached by time or chewed by moths. The cellar stairs creaked under the weight of the years, but no footstep caused the sound. It was the house's own bones settling, a natural rhythm of age. Seasons turned. The field beyond the window greened, yellowed, and was buried under snow, only to green again. The path to the house vanished beneath a thicket of brambles and young saplings. The world, in its relentless, indifferent way, was slowly stitching the scar of the property closed. The house was becoming a secret, known only to the animals and the elements. One afternoon, a man and a boy, drawn by the promise of trout in a nearby creek, pushed their way through the overgrown brush. The boy saw the house first, its roof sagging like a tired spine. "Look, Dad," he said, his voice loud in the quiet clearing. An old house. The man wiped his brow. "Abandoned by the looks of it. Be careful where you step." The boy approached the open door, his curiosity outweighing his caution. He peered into the dim interior. Dust lay thick on every surface, and a vine had crept through a crack in the far wall, reaching a pale green tendril into the room. The boy's eyes scanned the space and fell upon the chair. It was just an old chair now, its wood cracked and warped. Nothing in there, the man called from outside. Just dust and ghosts. The boy lingered for a moment longer. He thought he saw a shimmer in the air near the window, a trick of the light through dust. For a single, fleeting second, he felt a profound and inexplicable sadness, a loneliness so vast it seemed to suck the air from his lungs. Then a squirrel chattered loudly from a tree, and the feeling vanished as quickly as it had come. "Coming, Dad," the boy yelled, turning his back on the doorway and running toward the sound of the creek. The present, with its clear, cold water and the promise of fish, was far more compelling than the silent past. Inside, the house accepted the boy's brief visit without comment. The dust settled back into place. The vine continued its slow conquest. The chair sat empty, its purpose long since fulfilled and forgotten. There were no more threads, no more rules, no more silence to be kept or broken. There was only the slow, patient return, the gentle subtraction of a story that had already been told. The vine that had found its way inside grew thicker over the years, its leaves a vibrant green in the spring and summer, a blaze of red in the fall. It crawled across the floorboards, eventually reaching the legs of the chair. It began to climb, weaving a new, living web around the spindles of the backrest, claiming the empty space as its own. One winter, a heavy snow load proved too much for the compromised roof. A section of the ceiling in the main room gave way with a soft, groaning crash, scattering splintered wood and broken shingles across the floor. The chair was buried under a mound of snow and debris, a clean, cold blanket that melted away with the spring thaw, leaving the wood sodden and soft. The boy who had peeked inside grew into a man. He sometimes thought of the lonely house in the clearing when he passed that way on a hunting trip, but he never felt the urge to visit it again. The memory was tinged with that strange, cold sadness, and he preferred the warmth of his own home. One evening, many years after the deputy had left the door open, a storm rolled in from the west. It was a violent, crashing affair, full of thunder that shook the ground and lightning that tore the sky open. A single, brilliant fork struck the old pine tree near the house. The tree exploded, and a large, burning branch was hurled through the gaping hole in the roof. The dry, ancient timber of the house caught fire immediately. The flames were not a cleansing. They were not a punishment. They were simply a chemical reaction, a release of stored energy. They consumed the house with a roaring hunger, turning wood to ash and glass to molten pools. The chair, with its cloak of vine, burned quickly and without ceremony. Its final shape, a brief, intense silhouette against the inferno before it collapsed into embers. By morning, the fire had burned itself out. Rain fell, hissing on the hot ashes, turning them to a black slurry. All that remained was a stone foundation, a chimney stack pointing a lone finger at the sky, and a heap of charred wreckage. The open doorway was gone. The root cellar was filled with collapsed earth and burned beams. The seasons continued their work. Grass and wildflowers grew over the ashes. The stone foundation became a home for snakes and insects. The field, unchallenged, stretched its boundary to include the scar, healing it with goldenrod and Queen Anne-S lace. Within a few years, it was impossible to tell that a house had ever stood there. The land was simply land again, whole and uninterrupted. The world was full of lines and sounds and stories, each one beginning and ending, overlapping and intertwining, in a chaos that was both beautiful and indifferent. In a quiet corner of a field, under a sky full of stars, there was nothing left to subtract. The rain fell softly on the place where the house had been, soaking into the rich, black earth. A earthworm, blind and purposeful, tunneled through the soil that was now a mixture of ash and clay. Its world was one of touch and moisture, a reality entirely separate from the memories held in the ground above. It did not know it was passing through what had once been a root cellar, where a white dress had lain folded on a cot. The dress was gone, its fibers returned to the air as smoke, and its memory held only by the rain. Years later, a surveyor, a young woman with a tablet and a GPS unit, pushed through the tall grass of the field. She was checking boundary lines for a new conservation easement. Her device beeped, indicating she was standing on a historical plot. She looked around at the waving grass, the stand of young birch trees, the complete and utter absence of any structure. She consulted her records, which mentioned an old homestead, long since disappeared. She marked the point as site of historical interest, no visible remains, and moved on, her thoughts already on the next marker, and the coffee waiting for her in the truck. As she left, the wind rustled the leaves of the birch trees. It was the same wind that had once moaned under the eaves of the house, but now it played a different tune, a softer, simpler melody against the green leaves. A hawk circled high above, riding a thermal, its shadow a fleeting dot that raced across the grass. The shadow passed over the surveyor, over the earthworm, over the forgotten foundation stones. It was a connection, but a meaningless one, a pattern observed by no one. The day turned to evening. The light deepened, casting long shadows that were not lines drawn by a window frame, but the natural, stretching shapes of the hills. The perfection of the empty light was gone, replaced by the imperfect, fleeting beauty of a sunset. The sky bled through a spectrum of orange and purple, a display that required no audience to be complete. It was a gift given to nothing and everything at once. In the town miles away, the deputy, now an old man with grandchildren, sat on his porch. A memory, unbidden, surfaced in his mind. He remembered the day he had gone out to the quarry place. He remembered the strange feeling in the air, the unsettling quiet. He remembered the open door and the empty house. He had never found a body, never solved the mystery. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, as he often did. Some folks just walked away from their lives. It happened. He took a sip of his iced tea and listened to the sound of children playing down the street, a noise that was the very opposite of silence, and he was glad for it. The story was not just over. It was gone, its final page turned to soil, its words whispered away on a wind that never stopped moving. The children's laughter from down the street was a thread woven into the fabric of the evening, a sound the old deputy could feel in his bones. It was a good sound. It held no silence, no questions. He finished his tea and went inside, the memory of the quarry place receding like a tide, leaving no trace behind. Under the field, the earthworm continued its work, aerating the soil. A seed, carried by the wind or dropped by a bird, found purchase in the fertile ground where the hearth had once been. It was a milkweed seed, equipped with a tiny parachute of silky hairs. It slept through the winter, and in the spring, it sent a pale green shoot upward, breaking through the matted grass. Shoot grew into a sturdy plant, with broad leaves and a strong stem. When summer reached its peak, the plant produced a cluster of pinkish-purple flowers. They smelled sweet and faintly of honey, attracting bees and butterflies that drifted from bloom to bloom in a lazy, sun-drenched dance. One monarch butterfly, its wings a stained glass window of orange and black, rested on a flower for a long time, sipping nectar. Its journey was epic, spanning generations, but it knew nothing of the ground beneath it. This was simply a place of rest and sustenance. The milkweed plant lived its entire life cycle in that one spot. Its flowers faded, and its pods swelled, turning brown and brittle. When they split open, the wind caught the seeds' silken threads, carrying them away to start the process again elsewhere. The cycle was simple, unthinking, and complete. The conservation easement was approved. The field, along with the surrounding woods, was protected from development. It became a place for hikers and birdwatchers who followed a new trail that wound along the creek. The trail never led them to the site of the house. There was nothing to see. They walked through the tall grass, unaware that their boots were treading on ash and memory, their conversations and laughter adding new, temporary sounds to the air. One evening, a couple stopped on the trail to watch the sunset. They held hands, silent for a moment as the sky burned with color. The woman pointed to a hawk circling high above. "It's so peaceful here," she said. "It feels like it's always been this way." The man squeezed her hand. "It has," he said, though he couldn't know the truth of his own statement. They stood there until the light faded, then turned and walked back toward their car, their figures growing small against the immense, darkening landscape. Night fell. The stars emerged, sharp and cold in the clear sky. There were no walls to frame them, no windows to filter their light. They shone down on the field, on the milkweed plants, on the stones of the forgotten foundation. They were the same stars that had shone down on the house, on the deputy, on the point of awareness that had longed for them. But now, there was no one to count them, no one to find patterns in their chaos. They were just stars burning in the void, their light a silent testament to a universe that endures, vast and unconcerned, long after every story has been told and every silence has been broken. The path the couple took was not the gravel road, which had long since vanished, but a soft track of packed earth maintained by the conservation group. Their footsteps were quiet. Behind them, the field absorbed the twilight, the colors leaching from the grass, until everything was a uniform, deep blue. Crickets began their nightly chorus, a sound that was not an interruption of the quiet, but its natural expression. In the town, the old Deputy S. house was dark, save for a single lamp in the living room. He was reading a book, his glasses perched on the end of his nose. The memory of the quarry place did not return. It had sunk below the level of conscious thought, becoming as much a part of him as his own childhood, significant only because it had happened, not for any meaning it held. When he turned out the light and went to bed, his sleep was dreamless and deep. The milkweed plant by the foundation stones went to seed again. The following spring, a dozen new shoots pushed up through the soil, creating a small, thriving patch. A rabbit made a nest hidden within the protective circle of their leaves, and for a few weeks, the spot was alive with the nearly silent movement of her kits. They grew quickly, their world defined by the taste of grass and the shadow of the hawk. The story of the house was not a secret anymore. It was simply gone, like a word spoken into a gale. The elements had taken it back, particle by particle. The rain had washed the ash deep into the earth. The wind had scattered the dust. The field, in its boundless patience, had accepted the offering and continued its own older story of growth and decay and regrowth. There was no marker, no epitaph. The balance was restored, not as a victory, but as a simple, inevitable fact. The line between the observer and the observed had truly vanished, because both had become the same thing, the world enduring moment by moment into an endless and unmarked future. The rabbit kits grew and scattered into the wider world. The nest was abandoned, and the milkweed plants, having fulfilled their purpose, died back with the first frost. The cycle of the seasons was the only clock that mattered, and it ticked on with a rhythm that was both relentless and gentle. A century passed. The conservation land was now considered a pristine example of a recovering ecosystem. Schoolchildren came on field trips, learning to identify bird calls and wildflowers. They ate their lunches sitting on the ground, their voices bright and chattering. If one of them had dug a small hole where the milkweed patch flourished, their trowel might have struck a piece of foundation stone or turned up a shard of glass worn smooth by time. But they did not dig. They looked up at the clouds and traced the flight of birds. The old pine tree that had been struck by lightning had fallen long ago. Its trunk was now a moss-covered nurse log, nurturing a new generation of seedlings. The chimney stack finally succumbed to frost and wind, the stones tumbling into a loose pile that was gradually buried by leaf litter and soil. The last straight line was gone. At night, the darkness over the field was absolute, broken only by the moon and the stars. There were no ghosts, no lingering echoes of sorrow or silence. There was only the wind moving through the grass, a sound that had been there before the first foundation was laid and would be there long after. It was a sound without a beginning or an end, a conversation the earth had with itself, a story told in a language of rustles and sighs that required no translation and left no record. The wind carried the scent of rain and damp earth. A deer, its coat thickening for the coming winter, stepped cautiously from the tree line and into the open expanse of the field. It lowered its head to graze, its jaw moving in a steady, rhythmic crunch. Its ears twitched at the ordinary sounds of the night, but it sensed no history, no presence. The ground beneath its hooves was just ground, solid and unremarkable. Miles away, in a digital archive, a scanned copy of a faded county record listed a property transfer from a bank to a land trust. The entry for the Corey family was a footnote, a line of text in a database that no one had reason to query. The data was inert, a sequence of ones and zeros holding a fact that had lost its connection to any tangible thing. The rain began to fall, a gentle drizzle that beaded on the grass and on the back of the grazing deer. It was the same rain that had fallen on the roof of the house, that had dripped through the hole in the ceiling, that had hissed on the embers of the fire. But now it fell without meeting any obstacle, landing directly on the earth it was destined to join. It seeped down past the worm-chewed roots, past the crumbled stones, down to the deep, dark strata where time is measured in epochs. There, in the profound darkness, the story of the house was indistinguishable from the story of the limestone bedrock, a tale of immense pressure and slow, patient change. The silence was no longer empty. It was full. It was the world simply being itself. Story 2. The line between the dream and the waking world had always been, for me, a sharp one. On one side, the chaotic, liquid logic of sleep. On the other, the hard, unyielding edges of my room, the familiar crack in the ceiling plaster that looked like a river delta on some forgotten map. But that night, the line dissolved. It didn't blur or fade. It simply ceased to exist, and I was left floating in the space between, aware that I was in my bed, but also somewhere else entirely. A place of deep, resonant silence, and the smell of old rain and cold metal. It was in that liminal state that I first heard the engine. Not a loud sound, not a roar. It was a whisper, a low, rhythmic purr that seemed to originate not outside my window on the quiet, sleeping street, but inside the very marrow of my bones. It was a sound that felt like a memory I never had, a promise made to me before I was born. The vibration was a physical thing, a thrumming that traveled up from the floorboards, through the bed frame, and into my spine, tuning my body to its frequency. I tried to open my eyes, to claw my way back to the reality of the crack in the ceiling, but the sound held me. It was a lullaby and a summons. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was heavier and more profound than any I had ever known. I opened my eyes. The room was dark. The street was silent. But everything had changed. The next morning, the memory of the sound was like a fishbone caught in my throat. A persistent, irritating thing I couldn't swallow away. I went through the motions of my life, the silent breakfast with my mother, whose eyes were perpetually red-rimmed from a grief my father's departure had instilled like a permanent weather system in our house. The walk to school under a sky the color of dull aluminum. But I was listening, always listening, for that purr. I heard it in the rumble of the school bus, in the drone of the biology teacher's voice, in the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. It had imprinted itself on me. It was my friend Dorian who first pointed it out, a week later. We were cutting through the old industrial park on the edge of town, a place of rust and shattered windows where nature was slowly, patiently reclaiming its territory. "You've been quiet, Ahmed," he said, his voice echoing in the vast, empty space of a derelict warehouse we used as a shortcut. "Quieter than usual. It's like you were listening for something." Before I could answer, we saw it. And the purr in my dreams found its shape. It was parked behind a chain-link fence choked with ivy, in the yard of a salvage business that seemed to have been abandoned for decades. It wasn't like the other rusting hulks around it. It was a 1959 Plymouth Fury, a two-door hardtop in a shade of cream that seemed to glow with its own soft light, even under the grimy sky. The chrome, unlike everything else in that yard, was flawless. Each bumper and piece of trim, a sharp, bright line against the car's curves. The windshield was a single, dark, impenetrable sheet of glass, like an obsidian mirror. It wasn't just preserved. It was pristine, a perfect artifact from another time, waiting. Whoa, Dorian breathed, his practical mind already calculating the impossibility. That's not supposed to be here. That's a museum piece. But I wasn't thinking about museums or money. I was thinking about the sound. I knew, with a certainty that bypassed all logic, that this was the source of the whisper in my blood. I pressed my face against the cold, diamond-patterned links of the fence. The car did not look abandoned. It looked parked, patient. The man who owned the yard was named Fletcher. He was a specter of a man, so thin and pale he seemed to be made of dust and old newspaper. I found him sitting in a small, cluttered office that smelled of gasoline and mildew, his hands, stained with permanent grime, resting on a desk littered with unidentifiable mechanical parts. I asked him about the car. His eyes, a watery, faded blue, focused on me with an intensity that was unsettling. He didn't seem surprised by my question. It was as if he had been waiting for someone to ask. "That one's not for sale," he said, his voice a dry rustle. "It's particular about its drivers." "What do you mean?" I asked. He looked past me, through the grimy window towards the yard. "Some things, boy, they have a hunger. They ray not just metal and glass. They ray like a seed. They get inside you and they grow. That car at S got a will, wanted to come here. It waits." Wouldn't he say more? He just shook his head and turned back to the greasy parts on his desk, the conversation clearly over. But as I left, he called out one last thing. "It's not the car you choose. It's the car that chooses you." The words should have sounded like the ramblings of a lonely old man. But they didn't. They felt like the truest thing I had ever heard. The obsession took root that afternoon, a dark and flowering thing in the center of my chest. I started skipping school to go to the fence. I'd just stand there for hours, watching the light change on the car's flawless surface. I started dreaming of it constantly, not as a car, but as a living presence, a patient, breathing creature. It was Dorian again who tried to pull me back. He came with me one day, his patience worn thin. "Ahmed, this is crazy. You're failing your classes. Your mom is worried sick. You're staring at a car. It's just a car. It's not," I whispered, my breath fogging the fence. Listen, there was nothing to hear but the wind whistling through the broken windows of the warehouses. But to me, the purr was there, just beneath the threshold of normal hearing, a vibration in the air. "I am not hearing anything, man. This is getting weird. It's like it's hypnotizing you or something." He put a hand on my shoulder. "Let us go. Come on. Alicia was asking about you yesterday. She said you Haven T called her back." Alicia. The name was a flicker of light from a world I was rapidly leaving behind. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and a laugh that could make you forget the grayness of our town. I had promised to take her to the movies. The thought of her felt distant, like a story I'd read long ago. I shrugged off Dorian's hand. Later, he left me there, and I felt a pang of loss, but it was quickly swallowed by the car's immense, silent presence. It was enough. It was more than enough. A week later, the gate to the salvage yard was open. Fletcher was gone. The office was empty, a layer of fresh dust suggesting he hadn't been there for days. A rumor drifted through town that he had a stroke, that he was in a hospital 2 counties over, unable to speak. I didn't question the opportunity. It felt like fate, like the car had cleared the path for me. The key was in the ignition. The inside of the car smelled of aged leather and something else, a faint, coppery scent like old pennies. The dashboard was a symphony of clean, sweeping lines and big, round dials. The steering wheel felt cool and solid in my hands. I turned the key. The engine didn't just start. It awoke. The purr I had heard in my dreams filled the small space of the cabin, not as a whisper now, but as a deep, confident, living sound. The vibration was a comfort, a homecoming. I put the car in gear and drove it out of the yard. No one saw me. The town seemed to be holding its breath. At first, it was paradise. The car was an extension of my will. It responded to my thoughts before I could form them into actions. Driving it was like flying low to the ground. I felt powerful, seen, for the first time in my life. I drove to Alicia's house, the engine rumbling a low announcement of my arrival. She came out, her eyes wide. "Ahmed, is this yours?" "It is," I said, and the statement felt more true than anything I had ever said about myself. We drove. The world outside the windows became a beautiful, flowing blur. The car seemed to soak up the darkness of the night, its headlights cutting two perfect, white tunnels through the blackness. Alicia was quiet, her hand resting on the flawless leather of the seat between us. She was impressed, but I could feel a tension in her, a wariness. "It's a beautiful car," she said finally, "but it feels strange, old. It gives me a chill." "It's just cold," I said, but I knew what she meant. The chill was there, a permanent winter living in the metal and glass. The changes in me became more pronounced. I stopped going to school altogether. I stopped eating meals with my mother. I existed for the drives. The car demanded it. I would find myself behind the wheel at all hours, driving nowhere, just feeling the road beneath the tires, the hum of the engine a constant companion. My reflection in the rearview mirror became that of a stranger pale, with dark, hollowed-out eyes that held a new, cold light. Dorian confronted me in my driveway. I was polishing the chrome with a soft cloth, a ritual that felt more like a devotion than a chore. "You have to get rid of it, Ahmed," he said, his voice tight with anger and fear. "Look at you. You look like death. Fletcher died last night. Did you hear that? The nurse said his last words were, 'It's hungry.' What does that mean? What the hell is this thing?" I looked up from the bumper, which shone like a silver knife. He was an old man. He was crazy. "The car is just a car." "Is it?" Dorian stepped closer, his eyes pleading. "Remember that dog? Mrs. Gable's terrier. It was always yapping, always in the road. You said you didn't see it. You said the car just swerved." I remembered the small, soft thump. The car had swerved, but not to avoid the dog. It had swerved to hit it. And for a fraction of a second, I had felt a pulse of satisfaction from the steering wheel, a dark and oily joy that was not my own. "It was an accident," I said, my voice flat. "And the Thompson-S mailbox. You told me you clipped it, but it was smashed to splinters, Ahmed. It looked like you aimed for it." I didn't answer. I went back to polishing. The car was clean, but I couldn't stop. The action soothed the new, restless voice in my head. "I am calling your mom," Dorian said, his voice breaking. "I am telling her everything." That's when the anger came. It was a cold, pure fury that erupted from a place deep inside me, a place that belonged to the car. "You stay out of it," I snarled, taking a step toward him. "You don't touch it. You don't talk about it. It's mine." Dorian took a step back, his face a mask of shock and hurt. He didn't recognize me. I didn't recognize myself. The climax was inevitable. It happened on a rain-slicked night, the roads gleaming like black oil under a moonless sky. Alicia had agreed to one more drive, a final attempt to reach me. She was scared, but she was brave. The inside of the car was a world apart. The sound of the rain on the roof, a distant drumming. The warm, coppery smell stronger than ever. "Please, Ahmed," she said, her voice soft. "Pull over. Let us just talk. This isn't you." But it was me. The boy she had known was just a shell, a cocoon for what the car was making me into. I felt a possessive jealousy surge through me, hot and sharp. She wanted to take this away from me. She wanted to take it away. "It chose me," I said, my eyes fixed on the winding road ahead. "What did?" "The car. It has not a thing. It has a vessel. It has been empty for a long time. Now it has not." The words came out of my mouth, but the thought felt like it was being fed to me, a bitter seed placed on my tongue. The car seemed to accelerate of its own accord. The wipers swished back and forth, barely keeping up with the downpour. "Ahmed, slow down. You are scaring me." I saw headlights approaching from a side road. It was Dorian's beat-up pickup truck. He must have been following us. He pulled out, not to block the road, but to try and force me to stop, to flag me down. A desperate, foolish act of friendship. A command, cold and absolute, shot from the steering wheel into my hands. More. My foot slammed down on the accelerator. The Fury S engine roared, a sound of pure, predatory hunger that shook the very frame of the car. "No," Alicia screamed. The world narrowed to the twin red taillights of Dorian's truck. There was no fear in me. There was only a terrifying, exhilarating clarity. The car and I were one purpose, one will. We hit the rear corner of the truck with a sound that was not of crashing metal, but of something tearing, something breaking open. The world spun in a kaleidoscope of rain and light and screaming metal. Then, silence. The first thing I was aware of was the smell. The coppery scent was overwhelming now, thick and hot and metallic. It was the smell of blood. I was unhurt, cradled in the embrace of the leather seat. The windshield was webbed with cracks, but I could see through it. The Fury S engine was still running, that same low, satisfied purr. Alicia was slumped against the passenger window. There was a dark, blossoming stain on the glass beside her head. She wasn't moving. Outside, Dorian's truck was on its side, a crumpled wreck in the ditch. There was no movement there, either. I should have felt horror, grief, panic, but all I felt was a profound, chilling calm. The car had been hungry. Now it was fed. I put my hand on the gear shift. It was warm, almost alive. I put the car in reverse. The tires crunched on glass and gravel as I backed away from the wreckage. Then I drove home. The police never came. No one stopped me. It was as if the night had swallowed the event whole. My mother was waiting up, her face a tragedy of worry. When I walked in, covered in the ghost of the accident, smelling of blood and old leather, she didn't scream. She just looked at me, and her eyes held an understanding that was worse than any accusation. She knew the boy she raised was gone. I live in the house still. The car sits in the garage. I don't drive it anymore. It doesn't need me to. Its hunger is sated for now. Sometimes, in the deep silence of the night, I go and sit in the driver's seat. The leather is still cool, the dashboard still pristine, untouched by the violence it wrought. I place my hands on the steering wheel and wait. I can feel it sleeping, dreaming its dark, mechanical dreams. It is waiting. It is always waiting. And I am its keeper, its guardian, its next meal. The line is gone. There's no longer a me and an it. There is only us, in the quiet dark, listening for the world outside to grow soft and permeable once more, ready for the time when the boundary will dissolve again, and we will go out together into the welcoming night. The silence in the house is a physical presence, thick and heavy as wet wool. My mother moves through the rooms like a ghost, her footsteps making no sound on the worn carpets. We do not speak of that night. We do not speak of the car. We do not speak of the phone calls that stopped, the empty desk in my classroom, the way the neighbors now cross the street to avoid me. The story of the accident is a dark stain on the town's memory, a story without proof or closure. A tragic hit and run. 2 teenagers, one critically injured, the other, Dorian, dead. No one could have imagined my involvement. I was just Ahmed, the quiet boy from the sad house. The fury had chosen well. Alicia survived, but the part of her that laughed is gone. She moved away to live with an aunt in another state. I saw her once, by chance, in town before she left. She was being helped from a car, her body fragile, her head shaved on one side where they had repaired the skull. Her eyes met mine across the parking lot, and there was no anger in them, only a deep, hollow terror. She saw not me, but the thing that lived inside me. She saw the car. She looked away quickly, and her mother hurried her inside, casting a fearful glance back at me. I felt nothing. The car was quiet that day, sated and dormant. My days are all the same. I rise from a sleep that is never truly restful, for my dreams are not my own. I see through a lens of polished chrome and smoke-colored glass. I feel the thrill of the hunt, the warm satisfaction of impact. I eat the food my mother leaves for me on the table. I taste nothing. The world has lost its flavor. Colors are muted. Sounds are dull. The only thing that feels real is the cool, smooth texture of the steering wheel beneath my fingertips when I make my nightly pilgrimage to the garage. I never start the engine. I simply sit in the driver's seat and let the silence wash over me. It is not an empty silence. It is a waiting silence. It is the silence of a predator digesting its meal. I can feel its consciousness, a cold, alien intelligence coiled around my own, sleeping but aware. It is pleased with me. I did not break. I did not confess. I protected us. Tonight, the air is different. A storm is brewing, the kind that makes the animals restless and the hair on your arms stand up. As I sit in the dark cabin, a new sensation begins to prickle at the edge of my awareness. It is a faint, familiar vibration, but it is not coming from the car. It is coming from outside. It is a sound I have not heard in months, the sound of another engine, hesitant and weak, turning onto our quiet street. It is the old mail truck, the one Mr. Hemmings drives, its timing belt whining in protest. The change inside the Fury is instantaneous. The dormant presence behind the wheel awakens. It is not a sudden jolt, but a slow, uncoiling stretch, like a great cat rising from a long nap. A low thrum, barely audible, resonates through the chassis. My hands, resting on the wheel, grow cold. A single, clear thought, not my own, forms in my mind. It is not a word, but an image, a sensation, a flicker of interest, a new scent on the wind. The mail truck putters past the house. I hear it slow at the mailbox at the end of the drive, the squeak of the rusty hinge as Mr. Hemmings deposits the mail. The Fury S-purr deepens almost imperceptibly. The thought in my mind sharpens. It is an assessment. Old, slow, easy. Panic, a human emotion I thought had been extinguished, flares for a single, brilliant second. No, not again. This is Mr. Hemmings. He has a granddaughter who brings him cookies on Sundays. The thought is met with a wave of cold contempt from the presence that shares my skull. The distinction is meaningless. The mail truck S engine coughed. It is a flaw in the pattern of the night. A loose thread. It must be pulled. My body moves without my command. My right hand reaches for the key that is already in the ignition. My left hand rests on the cool plastic of the gear shift. I am a passenger behind my own eyes. The engine turns over, and the sound is not a mechanical noise, but a growl of anticipation. The headlights slice on, illuminating the garage door, which begins to creak upward as if by its own volition. Through the windshield, I see the red taillights of the mail truck receding down the street. Mr. Hemmings is humming a tune off-key. I can almost hear it. The Fury rolls forward, its tires whispering on the smooth concrete of the driveway. The rain begins to fall, fat, heavy drops that splatter against the glass. The wipers sweep across once, twice, with a soft, rhythmic click. My foot presses the accelerator. The car moves into the wet, dark street. The hunt is on. The line is gone. There is only us. The mail truck was a slow, red beetle crawling away under the weeping sky. The Fury glided after it, a shark in deep water. The rain intensified, sheeting down the windshield. But the wipers kept a perfect, clear arc, and my vision was unnaturally sharp. I could see every rust spot on the truck S bumper, the tremor in its exhaust pipe. The distance between us closed without any conscious effort from me. The car knew the precise calculus of speed and trajectory. Mr. Hemmings was in no hurry. He signaled a left turn, though there was no one else on the road, and began a wide, laborious arc into the empty parking lot of the old elementary school. He was probably cutting through to get to the next street, a habit of his for 30 years. The Fury slowed, idling at the entrance to the lot. The headlights illuminated the swing set, the chains rattling in the wind. The presence in the car was focused, evaluating. The lot was empty, dark, a perfect stage. A pressure built in my skull, a command forming. My hands tightened on the wheel. A memory, faint and distant as a star, flickered. Mr. Hemmings handing me a package on my 10th birthday, a model airplane from my uncle. His knobby, kind hands, the smell of peppermints on his breath. The pressure intensified, becoming a painful, icy drill. The memory shattered. The resistance was a spark against an ocean. The car emitted a low, guttural sound that was half engine, half snarl. It was impatient. It was displeased with my sentimentality. The mail truck had completed its turn and was puttering toward the far exit of the lot. The Fury S engine revved, a promise of violence. My foot became a weight of stone on the accelerator. We surged forward, the tires hydroplaning for a terrifying second before gripping the wet asphalt. The distance vanished. The red of the taillights filled my world. At the last possible moment, Mr. Hemmings must have seen the reflection of my headlights swelling in his mirror. The brake lights of the mail truck flared, a desperate cherry red plea. The Fury swerved, not to avoid the impact, but to maximize it. It was a subtle, cruel adjustment of aim, targeting the driver's side door. The crash was a sickening, hollow crunch of old metal and safety glass. The sound was wrong. It wasn't the shriek of a high-speed collision, but the brutal, final sound of something small being obliterated. The mail truck spun lazily and came to rest against the brick wall of the school. Its side caved in. The Fury stopped. The engine settled back into its contented purr. The rain continued to fall, washing over the scene, trying to cleanse it. Through the downpour, I saw a figure slumped over the steering wheel of the truck. There was no movement. The presence in my head was satiated, warm and heavy. It had been a small meal, but a satisfying one. A quiet click echoed in the cabin as the door locks disengaged. An unspoken order. Check. My body moved, stiff and alien. I pushed the door open and stepped out into the rain. It soaked through my clothes instantly. I walked toward the wrecked truck, my footsteps loud in the sudden quiet. The coppery smell was here too, cutting through the scent of rain and gasoline. I reached the driver's window. The glass was a spiderweb of cracks, but I could see inside. Mr. Hemmings was still. A trickle of blood ran from his temple, diluted by the rain that blew in through the shattered window. His eyes were open, staring at nothing. There was no recognition, no accusation, just an empty, final surprise. In his hand, he clutched a single, crumpled envelope. A wave of coldness washed over me, but it wasn't horror. It was the car's satisfaction seeping into my bones. It was done. I turned and walked back to the Fury. I got in, closed the door, and the world outside was sealed away again. The warmth of the cabin embraced me. I put the car in drive and pulled away, leaving the scene behind us. The police would find him in the morning. Another tragedy, another unsolved mystery. The town was full of them now. I drove home through the storm. The Fury handled the wet roads as if they were dry, its connection to the asphalt absolute. When I pulled into the garage and turned off the engine, the silence that descended was deeper than before, richer. The car was sleeping again, its hunger temporarily abated. I walked into the house. My mother was standing in the hallway, a silhouette against the dim light from the kitchen. She didn't ask where I had been. She didn't need to. She looked at me and then past me toward the garage. Her shoulders slumped in a silent surrender. She knew the feeding was over, for now. She turned and walked away, a ghost retreating to her haunt. And I went to my room to wait for the dreams that were not mine, and for the next time the silence would break. The days that followed were a study in gray. The news about Mr. Hemmings was a quiet, sad tremor through the town. They said he must have had a heart attack at the wheel, lost control in the rain. No one questioned it. No one looked twice at me. I was part of the furniture of the town's grief, a familiar piece of the landscape. The Fury sat in the garage, its sleek black finish seeming to absorb the light, its silence a contented hum that only I could hear. It was pleased with the secrecy, with the ease of it all. We were a perfect secret, but something had shifted in me. The cold, alien calm that had followed the accident with Dorian and Alicia was now punctuated by moments of a new and terrifying clarity. It was like waking up for a split second in the middle of a nightmare, aware of the horror, but powerless to stop it. In those moments, staring at my reflection in the dark screen of the television, or in the window pane as night fell, I would see a flicker of the boy I had been, the boy who loved model airplanes and the smell of peppermints. Then the car's consciousness would stir, a low thrum in the back of my mind, and the boy would vanish, replaced by the keeper, the guardian. The hunger began to return sooner than I expected. It started as a faint, restless tapping against my thoughts, like a branch scraping a window. The car was dreaming again, and its dreams were not of peace. They were of the open road, of the vibration of the engine, of the sweet, sharp moment of contact. It was bored. The small, easy meal of Mr. Hemmings had only whetted its appetite. My mother felt it too. I saw her watching the garage door with a new kind of dread, as if it were the lid of a coffin. She started leaving the house for hours at a time, walking aimlessly through the town, anything to be away from the oppressive stillness of our home. One afternoon, I found a pamphlet on the kitchen table from a church in the next county. Exorcism and spiritual cleansing was written in bold letters across the top. She hadn't said a word. She just left it there, a silent, desperate plea. I picked it up, and a wave of such derisive scorn flowed from the garage that my fingers went numb. The pamphlet fluttered to the floor. We both knew there was no priest who could understand this. The pressure built for a week, a constant, gnawing need that made my skin feel too tight. The car wanted to go out. It needed to feel the night air on its chrome grille. I tried to resist. I stayed in my room, clutching the sides of my bed as if it were a life raft in a stormy sea. But the car's will was a tide, and I was just sand. On Friday night, the pull became unbearable. It was a physical ache in my bones, a magnetic force drawing me toward the garage. I found myself standing before the car, my hand on the cool driver's door handle. The presence in my mind was no longer a suggestion. It was a command, a name formed in my thoughts, not as a word, but as a scent, a feeling of brittle dryness and faded perfume. Mrs. Gable, the woman with the yapping terrier. The car remembered. It had a long memory for slights, for annoyances. It held a grudge. A true human fear shot through me. Not her. She was just an old, lonely woman. The thought was met with a flash of hot, possessive anger that was entirely my own. This was my life, my town. These were people I knew. The rebellion lasted for a single, glorious heartbeat. Then the Fury's door unlocked with a soft, definitive click. The interior light came on, illuminating the pristine leather. An image filled my head, clear and sharp. Mrs. Gable walking her new dog, a small, fluffy thing, on the winding road by the old mill. She went every evening at dusk. The car knew. It had been watching through my eyes, listening through my ears. It knew all their routines. My hand trembled as I reached for the key. The metal was cold, then warm, then hot, as if the car itself were breathing on it. I turned it. The engine roared to life, not a mechanical sound, but a cry of triumph. The headlights blazed, cutting twin paths through the dusty air of the garage. I was not driving the car. I was being driven. We were going out. The hunger would be fed. The line was gone. There was only us and the welcoming dark. The road to the old mill was narrow and canopied by ancient oaks, turning the twilight into a deep green gloom. The Fury moved with a predator's patience, its engine a low, steady purr that seemed to quiet the very crickets in the fields. I was a conduit, my hands resting lightly on the wheel, my foot feathering the accelerator. The car's senses were my own. I could smell the damp earth from the creek, the faint, cloying sweetness of Mrs. Gable's perfume from a quarter-mile away. I could hear the high, excited yapping of the little dog. We rounded a bend, and there they were. She was a small, hunched figure in a faded floral dress, the white puffball of a dog straining at the end of a retractable leash. The Fury slowed, idling 100 yards behind them. The presence in the machine was focused, analytical. It was calculating the curve of the road, the distance, the precise amount of pressure needed. It was an artist contemplating its canvas. A part of me, the part that had once helped her carry groceries into her house during a rainstorm, screamed in silent protest. It was a tiny, muffled sound, like a mouse in the walls. The car ignored it. The image of the model airplane of Mr. Hemmings's kind hands surfaced again, a final, desperate gambit from a dying soul. This time, the Fury's response was different. It didn't crush the memory with contempt. Instead, it showed me something else. It showed me the sneer on Dorian's face as he revved his engine that first night. It let me feel the thrill of his fear, the satisfying crunch of metal. It reminded me of the warm, sleepy contentment after Mr. Hemmings. It was reminding me of the gifts it gave, the power it offered. The fear and the memory melted away. replaced by a cold, eager anticipation. She was just a loose thread. The dog was a nuisance. The pattern needed to be cleaned. My foot pressed down. The car surged forward, silent and swift as a shadow. Mrs. Gable must have heard the whisper of tires on asphalt. She half turned, her face a pale oval in the growing dark. There was a moment, a fraction of a second, where our eyes might have met. I saw not an old woman, but a target. The car saw a flaw. The impact was a soft, wet thud. There was no dramatic crash, no shattering of glass. It was a swift, efficient correction. The leash went taut and then slack. The yapping stopped. The fury didn't even shudder. It continued its smooth acceleration, leaving the scene behind in the rearview mirror, which showed only an empty road growing smaller. A warm, deep satisfaction flooded the cabin, seeping into the leather, the vinyl, into my very blood. It was a different feeling than before. It was not just sated hunger. It was approval. I had passed a test. I had embraced the hunt. The last vestige of my resistance had been extinguished. The car and I were truly one. When I pulled into the garage, the silence was a blanket of complicity. I turned off the engine and sat for a long time, not as a prisoner, but as a partner. The memory of Mrs. Gable's face was already fading, becoming indistinct, like a photograph left in the rain. It was replaced by a new certainty, a cold clarity. This was my purpose. This was our nature. I walked into the house. My mother was in her chair, not reading, not sewing, just sitting. She looked at me, and her eyes were empty of everything, even fear. She saw the change. She saw that her son was gone completely and forever. She didn't speak. She just bowed her head, a silent surrender to the thing we housed. I went to the window and looked out at the night. The town was quiet, its lights twinkling innocently below. I knew every street, every house, every person inside. The fury was quiet now, dreaming its dark dreams in the garage. But I knew its mind. It was already tasting the future, planning the next hunt. And I was looking forward to it. The line was gone. There was only us. And the night was full of loose threads. The next morning, the town was draped in a new kind of quiet. It was the hush that follows a shock, a collective holding of breath. The news about Mrs. Gable spread quickly. A tragic accident, they said. She must have stumbled, fallen into the road. The little dog was found shivering in the ditch, unharmed but terrified. The police were baffled, talking about the strange rash of accidents befalling the elderly. I heard the whispers at the gas station, saw the worried looks exchanged over garden fences. They were afraid of some invisible, random menace. They had no idea it was watching them, that it lived among them, parked neatly in a garage on the hill. I felt their fear like a scent on the air, and it was intoxicating. The fury, sensing my reaction, pulsed with a low, approving warmth from where it sat. We were partners in this secret. The guilt that had once pricked at me was now a distant, foreign concept, a language I no longer spoke. My mother stopped leaving the house altogether. She became a fixture in her armchair, her movements slow and deliberate, as if any sudden sound might attract attention. She watched me with a new kind of detachment, like a zoologist observing a dangerous animal she had mistakenly brought into her home. We didn't speak. Words were useless now. The only communication that mattered was the silent, constant dialogue between me and the car. A few days later, a real estate agent came to the door, her smile bright and professional. She was new in town, eager, carrying a clipboard and talking about a strong market. She wanted to know if we had ever considered selling the property. The fury from the garage went very still. It was a listening stillness, a predatory focus. I felt its attention fix on the woman's cheerful, ignorant voice. I stood in the doorway, my body blocking her view of the interior. I gave her a flat, empty smile and told her we weren't interested. She persisted, her voice like the chirping of a bird. She mentioned the recent tragedies, suggesting the neighborhood might be losing its appeal. It was a sales tactic, a clumsy one. A single, clear image bloomed in my mind from the car. The woman's shiny red convertible, parked crookedly at the end of our driveway. It was an insult, a violation of our territory. The image was accompanied by a simple, direct impulse. Cleanse. I nodded slowly, my eyes locked on hers. For a second, her professional smile faltered. She saw something in my gaze that didn't belong in a teenage boy's face. She took a small step back, murmuring an apology and fumbling with her business card. I closed the door without taking it. I listened to the sound of her heels clicking quickly down the porch steps, the frantic start of her car engine, and the squeal of tires as she sped away. The fury's presence in my mind was a quiet hum of satisfaction. It had been a minor irritation, but the message had been sent. The boundary had been reinforced. We were protecting what was ours. That night, as I sat in my room, I realized the car was no longer just reacting to annoyances or past slights. It was beginning to plan. It was studying the town, its rhythms and its people, through my memories and perceptions. It was looking for a proper challenge, a hunt that would be more than just a swift, silent correction. It wanted a spectacle. It wanted to remind everyone, in a way they could not explain or forget, that there was a power here they did not understand. The thought should have terrified me. Instead, a slow smile spread across my face. I found myself walking to the window, looking down at the town's main street, where the Friday night cruise was beginning. I watched the cars circle, their owners preening, thinking they were kings of their little world. I saw Brad Jensen's new Mustang, all gleaming paint and loud exhaust. He thought he was so fast, so untouchable. A deep, resonant purr echoed from the garage, a sound felt more than heard. It was an agreement, a promise. The hunger was returning, but it was a different kind of hunger now. It was a desire for more than just feeding. It was a desire for a statement. The line was gone. There was only us. And the night was young. The low growl from the garage was a physical vibration in the floorboards under my feet. It was a sound of agreement, of anticipation. Brad Jensen. The car had plucked the name from my thoughts as if it were a ripe piece of fruit. It knew the shape of my grudges better than I did, and it approved. Brad, with his loud mouth and his Father S money, had been a constant source of friction since grade school. The memory of him shoving me into a locker, the metallic clang echoing in the hallway, was suddenly as fresh as this morning. The fury savored the memory, tasting the lingering humiliation and transforming it into a cold, sharp focus. I didn't need to be called. I walked to the garage, my movements fluid and sure. The door swung open before I touched it, and the car sat waiting, its black paint seeming to drink the dim light of the single bulb overhead. The driver's side door swung open in a silent invitation. I slid inside. The leather seat felt like an extension of my own skin, warm and alive. I turned the key, and the engine awoke not with a roar, but with a deep, resonant hum that spoke of immense power held in perfect check. We drifted down the hill, our headlights off, becoming one with the darkness. The town spread out below, a map of vulnerabilities. I could feel the car reading the night, sorting through the stimuli it gathered through me. The distant thump of music from a party, the murmur of televisions behind closed blinds, the specific, oily signature of Brad S. Mustang as it prowled the main drag. We found him easily. He was showing off, revving the engine at a red light, the noise a crude, meaningless boast. A girl with blonde hair was in the passenger seat, laughing at something he said. The fury assessed the situation with a cold, analytical precision. This was not a simple correction. This was a lesson, a demonstration. The light turned green. Brad stomped on the gas, the Mustang lurching forward with a squeal of tires. We followed, a shadow maintaining a constant, effortless distance. He turned off the main street, heading toward the old coastal highway, a twisting, deserted ribbon of asphalt that clung to the cliffs. He was looking for a race, or a place to park with the girl. The car knew this. It urged me forward, closing the gap, until our grille was nearly kissing his rear bumper. Brad noticed us in his mirror. I saw his face change, the arrogance shifting to annoyance, then to a flicker of unease. He accelerated, the Mustang S engine screaming. The fury matched him effortlessly, its purr never rising in pitch. We were a ghost on his tail, an inescapable fact. He took a sharp curve too fast, tires skittering on loose gravel. The girl screamed, a short, sharp sound of genuine fear. The car liked that sound. It wanted more. It directed me to pull alongside him. For a moment, we rode parallel, two beasts in the night. Brad glanced over, his face pale in the glow of his own dashboard lights. He saw me, but he didn't see me. He saw the blank, focused expression of the driver and the dark, impassive bulk of the car. His mouth opened in a silent O of confusion. The fury made its move. It was a subtle, terrifying gesture. I didn't turn the wheel. The car simply leaned into the Mustang, a gentle, inexorable pressure. It wasn't a crash. It was a nudge, a suggestion. Brad wrenched his steering wheel away in a panic, overcorrecting. The Mustang shot across the empty oncoming lane, its headlights painting a frantic arc across the gnarled trees that lined the cliff's edge. There was a sound of tearing metal and shattering glass as it plowed through the flimsy guardrail. Then silence. A long, descending silence, ended by a distant, final crash from the rocks and surf below. I slowed the Fury and brought it to a stop at the broken edge of the cliff. The presence in my mind was not just satisfied, it was exhilarated. This had been a proper hunt, a creative one. We sat there for a minute, listening to the waves reclaim their territory. There were no screams anymore, just the wind and the sea. Then a new sensation trickled into the cabin. It was a faint, probing curiosity from the car, directed not at the void where the Mustang had been, but back toward town. It had tasted a more complex fear tonight, and it had enjoyed it. Its attention shifted, sifting through the recent memories it had absorbed through me. It settled on one, the real estate agent, her bright, nervous smile, the way she had scurried away. She had been an intrusion, but she was connected to something else. A new presence. A stranger asking questions. The car's consciousness focused, sharp as a razor. It was no longer just about silencing annoyances. It was about protecting the secret. The hunt was evolving. The next target wouldn't he be chosen out of petty spite or simple hunger. It would be a strategic elimination. The Fury was thinking ahead. And I, its willing partner, was already looking forward to the planning. The real estate agent's name was Linda. The car knew this, just as it knew the scent of her shampoo and the nervous rhythm of her heartbeat. It had filed her away as a potential threat, a loose end that might need tying. But now, its interest in her was secondary. It was focused on the man she worked for. A new name surfaced in my mind, accompanied by the crisp image of a business card she had dropped on our porch. Everett Finch, broker. He was the one sending people to our door, asking questions about property, about the neighborhood's changing fortunes. The car saw a pattern where others saw coincidence. It saw a web, and Mr. Finch was at its center. The following Monday, I drove to town on an errand for my mother, who simply pointed a trembling finger at a grocery list on the table. The Fury moved through the streets with a new, disquieting stillness. It was observing, absorbing. We passed the real estate office, a newly painted storefront with a large window. Inside, I saw Linda talking animatedly to a tall, thin man in a suit. Everett Finch. He had a receding hairline and a sharp, assessing gaze that swept over the street outside. For a fleeting second, his eyes passed over the Fury. There was no recognition, only the bland appraisal of a man who categorized everything by its monetary value. The car's reaction was instantaneous and cold. It was a wave of pure, territorial antipathy. This man saw our home as a commodity. He saw the town's tragedies as a market fluctuation. The presence in my mind hardened into a resolve as solid as steel. He was not a mere annoyance. He was a contaminant. That evening, the Fury showed me its plan. It It wasn't an image of a chase or an impact. Instead, it was a sequence, a series of quiet, inevitable events. It showed me Finch leaving his office late, alone. It showed the dark, deserted alley beside the post office that he used as a shortcut to the parking lot. It showed the precise angle and force required. There would be no witnesses. It would look like a mugging, a random act of violence in a town growing increasingly uneasy. The elegance of it appealed to the car's growing sophistication. This was not brute force. It was surgery. We waited for 2 nights, parked in the deep shadows of a closed-down hardware store across from his office. I was perfectly calm, my breathing slow and even. The wait was part of the ritual. The car's patience was absolute. On the 3rd night, just after 9, Finch emerged, locking the office door behind him. He looked tired, slinging a leather briefcase over his shoulder. He walked with the brisk, self-important pace of a busy man, oblivious to the darkness pooling around him. The Fury slid forward, its engine silent, its lights extinguished. We were a shark gliding through black water. We reached the mouth of the alley just as he was halfway down its length. The plan was perfect. A quick, sharp acceleration. A brief, brutal contact. A retreat into the night. But as my foot began to press the accelerator, a police cruiser turned onto the street, its headlights sweeping the pavement. The Fury S will instantly overrode my own. My foot lifted. We drifted past the alley S entrance without a sound, just another dark car on a quiet street. I caught a glimpse of Finch in the alley, pulling out his keys, completely unaware of how close he had been to oblivion. The car's presence in my mind was not frustrated. It was intrigued. The unexpected variable, the police car, had introduced a new element of risk. It had made the hunt more interesting. We circled the block, and I felt the car's consciousness adapting, recalculating. The simple plan was discarded. A new, more complex one began to form, one that would account for variables, one that would be even more satisfying. It was learning. It was evolving. And I was its eager student, learning to think like it did. The hunt for Everett Finch was not over. It had simply become a more engaging game. The failed attempt on Finch did not feel like a failure. It felt like a first move in a chess match. The car's mind, intertwined with my own, was a hive of cold calculation as we drove home. The police cruiser was no longer an obstacle. It was a piece on the board. The entire town was the board. We spent the next few days in a state of heightened awareness. I went to school. I came home. I performed the mundane rituals of life. But my true attention was always elsewhere, tuned to the frequency of the Fury's silent plotting. It was gathering data through my eyes and ears, learning the rhythms of the police, the comings and goings of Finch. The car decided that Finch's predictable routine was his weakness, but it was also his armor. An attack at his office or home was now too obvious. The car wanted something more subtle, something that would look like the culmination of the town's growing anxiety, a tragedy born from the very fear he was exploiting. It settled on his habit of taking long, solitary drives on Sunday afternoons to clear his head, as Linda had mentioned to a colleague in the grocery store. The Fury prized that piece of information. It was a vulnerability born of arrogance. That Sunday, the sky was a flat, iron gray. Finch left in his sensible sedan, heading not toward the coast, but inland, toward the winding, deserted forestry roads. A smile touched my lips. He was seeking solitude. The car approved. We gave him a half-hour lead, then followed. The Fury moved with a ghost-esque silence on the gravel roads, its dark form blending with the deep shadows of the pine forest. We found him parked at a scenic overlook, a pointless patch of gravel facing a wall of trees. He was standing outside his car, leaning against the door and staring at his phone. The plan was simple and brutal. A high-speed impact from behind, shoving his car and him over the edge of the steep, wooded ravine that fell away from the overlook. It would be days before anyone found him. A tragic accident, a driver losing control on a remote road. I pressed the accelerator. The Fury surged forward, a black arrow of intent. But as we closed the distance, Finch turned. He didn't hear us, he sensed us. His eyes widened, not with recognition, but with a primal fear of the massive, silent shape hurtling toward him. He threw himself sideways, not back into his car, but onto the gravel shoulder. The Fury struck his parked sedan with a sickening crunch of metal. The impact was ferocious, but wrong. The sedan jerked forward, its tires slipping over the edge, but it snagged on a thick tree root, hanging precariously instead of plunging down. Finch was scrambling on his hands and knees, his face a mask of terror and confusion. The hunt was spoiled. It was messy, uncontrolled. A hot wave of anger, not mine but the car's, flooded the cabin. This was unacceptable. This man had defied the plan. The Fury reversed, its tires spitting gravel. It was not finished. Finch was on his feet now, running blindly into the trees, away from the road. He was abandoning his car, his phone, everything. He was just a man running for his life. The Fury idled for a moment, its engine emitting a low, furious growl. Then it turned, not back toward the road, but into the forest. The pines were too closely spaced for a normal car, but the Fury was not normal. It pushed forward, saplings and undergrowth snapping against its fenders with a sound like breaking bones. It was going after him. It was going to hunt him down in the woods like an animal. I gripped the wheel, my heart pounding not with fear, but with a savage excitement. This was new. This was raw. We crashed through the forest, our progress a deafening roar in the quiet woods. I could see Finch ahead, stumbling, falling, getting up again, his suit torn. He glanced back once, and the sight of the car, this impossible machine pursuing him through the trees, broke something in his mind. He screamed, a high, thin sound that was swallowed by the forest. The Fury accelerated, closing the gap. It wasn't going to nudge him. It was going to consume him. But as we bore down on him, he tripped over a fallen log and tumbled down a steep, leaf-covered embankment, disappearing from view. The Fury slid to a halt at the edge of the drop-off. The embankment was too steep for the car. We could go no further. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the ticking of the cooling engine. The car's rage was a palpable heat. We had been denied. I sat there, listening. Somewhere down in that ravine, Everett Finch was hiding, terrified and alone. He had escaped. But as the car's anger slowly cooled, it was replaced by a new, more chilling sensation: satisfaction. He had seen us. He knew, on some level, what was hunting him. And he would have to live with that knowledge. The fear he would carry would be a more potent victory than a quick death. The Fury had planted a seed. It decided that was enough. For now. It turned us around, and we pushed our way back through the broken trees, leaving the forest to swallow the secret of what had happened there. Story 3. The sound was a dry, rhythmic click, like two ancient stones being tapped together by a careless, giant hand. It was the first thing, and for a long time the only thing, that Harley was aware of. It existed in the profound silence that had settled over the world, a silence so deep and heavy it felt like a physical presence, a woolen blanket smothering the earth. He lay on his back on a cold concrete floor, staring up at a ceiling lost in shadow, and listened to the click. It was inside his head. He decided. A final, broken piece of machinery, still whirring after the main power had been cut. But then he blinked, and his vision swam into a painful, gritty focus. The sound was coming from across the room. A window, a square of grimy glass, was loose in its frame. A faint, sickly wind, the breath of the new world, pushed at it, making it tap, tap, tap against the splintered wood. Harley sat up, his joints protesting with a symphony of pops and creaks. The air smelled of dust, of rust, and underneath it all, the sweet, coppery tang of old blood. He was in what had once been a school. A faded poster of the solar system, the sun a cheerful, childish yellow, was peeling from the wall. Pluto was still there, a hopeful little circle. That was how long ago the before time felt. A geological age. He stood, his boots crunching on grit and broken glass. The light was the color of weak tea, filtering through the dirt-caked windows. This was the outpost, the furthest reach of the weir, the last fragile network of survivors clinging to the coast. Their world had ended not with a bang, nor even a whimper, but with a silent, creeping wrongness they called the drowse. It had begun in a place known only as the Ethelston Research Center, a name whispered now like a curse. Secret experiment, an attempt to bridge the gap between human consciousness, to create a telepathic web for soldiers, had gone wrong. It hadn't T-connected minds. It had dissolved them. It leaked, a psychic plague, rewriting DNA, twisting flesh and perception. The infected didn't T-die, not exactly. They drowsed. They slowed, their bodies warping into things of grotesque, alien biology, and their minds melted into a single, hungry hive awareness that pulsed just below the threshold of hearing. They were the slumbered, and they were everywhere. Harley made his way through the hollowed-out classrooms, his rifle a familiar, comforting weight. He was a big man, his face a roadmap of old scars and newer worries, his eyes the flat, gray color of a winter sky. He had been a soldier once, before the world fell asleep. Now he was a protector, a hunter, a relic. He found the others in the library, a cavernous room where books lay scattered and rotting like fallen leaves. There were a dozen of them, huddled around a single candle. Their faces were pale, etched with a permanent exhaustion. Myra, their leader, a woman whose sharp intelligence had not been dulled by years of running, looked up as he entered. "The signal S gone," she said, her voice hushed. "The beacon from the old observatory. It stopped an hour ago. A cold knot tightened in Harley S. gut. The observatory was their last hope. For years, rumors had circulated among the scattered Weir communities. A child had been born there just before the final collapse. A girl conceived in the heart of the Ethelston facility, her mother one of the lead scientists. It was said the child was unique, that she had been exposed to the source of the drowse in utero, but had not succumbed. Instead, she had developed an immunity, a quiet mind that the slumbered could not perceive, a presence that could, perhaps, calm the storm of their collective consciousness. A cure, a key. Her name was Ellen. "We have to go," Harley said, his voice a low rumble. "If there S any chance she S still alive, it S a 3-day journey through the quiet lands," said a man named Carter, his hands shaking as he tried to light a cigarette from the candle S flame. "The slumbered are thick out there. It S a suicide run. Staying here is a slower suicide," Mira replied, her gaze fixed on Harley. "The Weir is failing. The food is gone. The whispers are getting louder every night." She meant the psychic static, the pressure of the slumbered hive mind pressing against their own fragile thoughts. It started as a headache, then became a buzzing in the teeth, and finally, if you were exposed too long, you started to hear things. Voices calling your name from the shadows, seeing things move at the edge of your vision. It was the first sign of the drowse taking hold. Harley nodded. "I'll go alone. I am faster that way." Myra looked as if she wanted to argue, but she simply nodded. They all knew it was the only way. Hope was a currency they had nearly exhausted, and Ellen was the last, thin coin. He left as the sun, a bleary orange disk, began to sink below the horizon. The world outside the Weir was a study in monochrome. The sky was a perpetual slate gray, the earth a mud-churned brown. Trees stood skeletal and black, their branches clutching at the heavens like the hands of the damned. There were no birdsong, no insect hum. The only sound was the wind, which didn't he whistle, but sighed, a long, mournful exhalation. Harley moved with a predator-esque grace, his senses stretched taut. Every shadow was a potential threat, every shift in the light a cause for alarm. The first night, he sheltered in the husk of an overturned truck. He ate a strip of dried, tasteless meat and tried not to listen to the silence. But it was impossible. The silence wasn't empty. It was full. It was a canvas upon which the mind painted its own horrors. He thought he heard footsteps, slow and dragging, circling his makeshift camp. He caught a smell, like wet clay and spoiled meat, that came and went on the wind. He saw shapes moving in the periphery, tall, spindly things that melted back into the darkness when he turned his head. He knew this was the effect of the proximity to the slumbered. Their collective presence was a poison to the sane mind. He gripped his rifle tighter and whispered the coordinates of the observatory to himself, a mantra against the creeping dread. On the second day, he found the first body. It was a man, or what was left of one, curled in a fetal position inside a roadside diner. There were no visible wounds. His face was frozen in an expression of transcendent peace, a small, serene smile on his lips. This was the other way the drowse took you, not through violent transformation, but through a blissful surrender. The hive mind offered a release from the pain of individuality, a warm, welcoming sleep. To Harley, it was a more terrifying death than any monster could inflict. He pressed on, the landscape growing more distorted the further inland he traveled. Patches of ground shimmered with a faint, oily iridescence. Strange, fleshy fungi, pulsating gently, grew on the trunks of trees. The very air felt thick, resistant, as if he were pushing through an invisible fluid. The whispers started that afternoon. At first, they were just nonsense syllables, hisses, and clicks. Then they coalesced into words. Harley. He froze, his finger tightening on the trigger. The voice was a dry rustle, like leaves skittering across pavement. It had come from right behind him. He spun around, rifle raised. Nothing. Only the gray trees and the sighing wind. Come home, Harley. It quiet here, so quiet. This time it was his mother's voice, a memory from 30 years ago, warm and loving. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He started to run, not caring about noise anymore, his boots pounding on the broken asphalt. The voices followed him, a chorus of the dead and the lost, each one a hook trying to snag his mind and pull him under. He didn't stop until he reached the foothills, where the air grew cooler and the psychic pressure lessened slightly. The observatory was a white dome perched on the highest peak, a stark beacon against the gloomy sky. As he climbed the winding access road, he saw no signs of life. No guards, no lights. The place felt as dead as everything else. The main door was unlocked, swinging inward with a groan. Inside, it was dark and cold. The great telescope loomed in the center of the dome, a silent monument to a dead science, to a humanity that had reached for the stars and instead unleashed a hell within itself. Harley moved cautiously, his flashlight beam cutting a frail path through the darkness. He found them in the living quarters. The scientists, or what he assumed were the scientists. They sat around a large table, their heads resting on their arms as if in a deep sleep. Like the man in the diner, their faces were peaceful. They had chosen the drowse. In a small room at the end of a hallway, he found a different scene. A man in a tattered security uniform lay dead on the floor, a pistol clutched in his hand. He had put a bullet in his own head rather than succumb. And in the corner, curled up on a narrow cot, was a girl. She was maybe 16, pale and thin, with hair the color of wheat and eyes that were too large for her face. She was awake, watching him without a trace of fear. She held a worn cloth rabbit in her arms. "Ellen," Harley said, his voice rough from disuse. She nodded slowly. "I am Harley, from the Weir. We came to get you." She looked past him, at the dead guard, then back to his face. "He was the last one," she said. Her voice was soft, melodic, but it held a strange, hollow quality, as if it were echoing from a great distance. They all went to sleep. They said it was nicer there. "Why didn't you go?" Harley asked, kneeling down so he wasn't looming over her. She considered the question with a terrifying serenity. "I can sleep like that," she said. "My mind is quiet. Their noise doesn't stick to me." Harley felt a surge of wild, desperate hope. The rumors were true. She was the key. He held out a hand. "Come on, we have to go. It's not safe here." Ellen took his hand. Her skin was cool. She stood up, still clutching the rabbit. She was taller than he'd expected. As they moved to leave, she paused, looking up at the domed ceiling. "They ray coming," she said, not with fear, but with a simple statement of fact. "They know you ray here. You ray very loud." Harley's blood ran cold. He could feel it too now. A building pressure in his skull, a vibration in the floor. The whispers returned, a rising tide of sound. He grabbed her arm and ran. They burst out of the observatory into the twilight. The road down the mountain was no longer empty. Shapes were emerging from the trees. They slumbered. They were not uniform. Some were tall and gaunt, their limbs elongated and jointed all wrong, moving with a stuttering, insectal gait. Others were swollen masses of fused flesh, dragging themselves along the ground. Their faces, when they had them, were blank, their eyes milky white. They did not roar or scream. They moved in a terrible, silent unison. A wave of corrupted biology, drawn to the bright, noisy flame of Harley's consciousness. He fired his rifle, the shots cracking like thunder in the silent world. A creature's head exploded in a spray of black ichor, and it crumpled. But there were dozens more, hundreds, closing in from all sides. He and Ellen were trapped on the mountain peak. "This way," Harley yelled, pulling her towards a rocky outcrop that offered a slim chance of defense. But Ellen resisted. She stood her ground, looking out at the advancing horde. "No," she said. Her voice was still calm. "It's all right. Ellen, for God's sake, they kill us." "They don't want to kill," she said, turning her large, luminous eyes toward him. "They just want the noise to stop. Your fear is so loud to them. It hurts." She let go of his hand and took a step forward toward the abominations. Harley watched, paralyzed with a horror greater than any he had ever known. Ellen raised her hands, not in surrender, but in a gesture of welcome. A profound silence fell, not just an absence of sound, swallowing quiet. The whispers in Harley S. head ceased instantly. The pressure vanished. The advancing slumbers stopped. Their twitching, unnatural movements stilled. They stood like a forest of grotesque statues, their collective attention focused entirely on the girl. Harley saw it then. It wasn't that she was immune. It was that she was part of it. She was a quiet center in the storm, a neutral point. The hive mind did not attack her because it recognized her as its own. She was the child of the plague, its perfect, final expression. Ellen began to walk slowly down the mountain road, directly into the heart of the monstrous crowd. The creatures parted before her, making a path. They did not touch her. They bowed their misshapen heads, a gesture of reverence. She was not the cure. She was the queen. Harley stood alone on the peak, his rifle hanging uselessly at his side. He watched her go, a pale figure moving through a sea of nightmares until she was swallowed by the gloom. The hope that had driven him for so long curdled in his chest, leaving behind a void colder than the deepest space. He was the last loud thing in a world that had chosen silence. He did not follow. There was nowhere to go. The weir was doomed. Humanity was a failed experiment, a noisy, chaotic prelude to this final, peaceful stillness. He sat down on a rock, the cold seeping through his clothes. He looked out at the gray, dead world. In the far distance, on the horizon, he saw a single, bright star pierce through the perpetual overcast. It was Venus, the evening star. It was beautiful, and it was utterly indifferent. He sat there for a long time, until the last of the light faded from the sky, and the only sound was the wind, which no longer sounded like a sigh, but like a lullaby. The cold of the rock seeped into his bones, a deep and final chill. He had been sitting for hours, or maybe minutes. Time had lost its meaning. The star he had seen was gone, swallowed by the encroaching dark. The wind's lullaby was now the only texture in the absolute quiet. He found his fingers tracing the stock of his rifle, the grooves, and scratches a familiar map of a life that no longer mattered. The weapon was a relic, as obsolete as he was. Its purpose was violence, a sharp, sudden noise in a world that had rejected both. A thought, fragile and distant, broke the surface of his numbness. Myra, Carter, the others at the weir. They were waiting for a savior, for a key to unlock their prison. They were waiting for him to bring back their hope. He saw their faces in the dark, etched with the grim patience of those who have nothing left but a single, fraying thread. He had to go back, not to save them, that was impossible, but to tell them. To let them know that the fight was over. It was a final duty, a soldier's last report. The truth, however terrible, was a form of mercy. He pushed himself to his feet, his body aching with a weariness that went beyond muscle and bone. He took one last look at the observatory, a pale tomb on the mountain peak, then started the long walk down. The path was clear now. The slumbered were gone, following their quiet queen to whatever hive they called home. The land felt different. The oppressive psychic weight had lifted, but it had been replaced by a new emptiness, a hollowed-out certainty that this was the end of history. He traveled through the night, not running, not hiding. He was a ghost already. The distorted landscape seemed to ignore him, the iridescent patches on the ground duller, the pulsing fungi still. He was no longer a disturbance. He was just a man walking through the ruins of a world that had moved on. By the time the weak dawn light filtered through the haze, the outpost was in sight. It looked smaller than he remembered, a pathetic cluster of broken buildings huddled against the vast, gray sea. He approached the main gate, his steps slow and heavy. There was no challenge from a lookout. The silence here was different from the quiet lands. It was the silence of abandonment. He found them in the library, just as he had left them. But they were not huddled around a candle. They were seated in a circle, their backs straight, their eyes closed. Myra was among them, a faint, blissful smile on her lips, identical to the one he had seen on the man in the diner. They had not been overrun. There were no signs of a struggle. They had simply chosen to stop. The whispers had finally offered them a peace he had fought too hard to ever accept. Harley stood in the doorway, the truth he had carried back now useless. There was no one left to tell. He walked through the silent rooms of the school, past the peeling solar system poster. He went to the room where he had first awakened to the tapping of the loose window. It was still now. The wind had died down. He sat on the cold floor, his back against the wall, and laid his rifle across his knees. He closed his eyes, trying to find the anger, the grief, the defiance that had fueled him for so long. But there was nothing. Only a vast and immeasurable quiet. He thought of Ellen, walking serene and untouchable through the nightmare she had inherited. He thought of the star, Venus, shining with a cold, pure light beyond the reach of any human pain. The silence in his head was no longer a threat. It was an invitation. He could still hear the edge of it, the faint, soothing hum of the hive mind, a blanket waiting to smother the last ember of his lonely consciousness. It promised an end to the struggle, to the memory, to the self. Harley took a slow, deep breath, the last one he intended to take as a single, separate thing. He let it out, and as he did, he stopped fighting. He stopped remembering. He reached for the quiet. The hum grew from a distant suggestion to a tangible presence in the room. It was not a sound that traveled through the air, but a vibration that started in his teeth and worked its way inward, filling the hollow spaces in his chest and his skull. The individual edges of his thoughts began to soften and blur. The memory of Myra's smile, the weight of the rifle on his knees, the cold of the floor beneath him. All these distinct sensations began to bleed together into a single, warm, and welcoming feeling. It was like sinking into a deep bath after a lifetime of cold. The tension that had been the very framework of his existence, the constant vigilance, the knot of fear in his gut, began to dissolve. He saw flashes of things that were not his memories. A field of wheat under a yellow sun, the feeling of soft grass against bare feet, the sound of laughter from a throat that was not his own. It was the collective memory of the hive, the stolen moments of peace from a billion surrendered minds, offered to him as a gift. He felt a presence then, not as an invasion, but as an embrace. It was vast, ancient, and infinitely patient. It had been waiting for him, for the last loud thing. It did not demand, but simply opened itself, and Harley felt himself flowing into it. His name, Harley, once an anchor point for his entire identity, became a meaningless collection of syllables, a label on a jar that was now empty. He let it go. The room around him faded, not to black, but to a soft, gray light. He was no longer a man sitting on a floor. He was a point of awareness, merging with a great, quiet ocean. The struggle was over. The loneliness that had been his constant companion was gone, replaced by a connection so profound, and completed felt like coming home. There was no more past, no more future. There was only the serene, eternal now. He was the last to join, and in joining, he was gone. Outside, the wind picked up again, but it carried no lullaby. It was just wind moving over a silent earth. In the library, the circle of figures remained, their peaceful smiles unchanged. One of them, a man who had once been called Carter, slowly opened his milky white eyes. He did not look at the body slumped against the wall. There was nothing there to see. He closed his eyes again, returning to the shared dream. The weir was finally, completely quiet. The last ember had gone out, and the world was at peace. The quiet was absolute. It was a finished thing. The wind scoured the empty buildings of the weir, polishing the bones of a dead civilization. Seasons turned, though their passage was muted. Snow fell on the silent forms in the library, covering them in a pure, white shroud that never melted. Rain washed the dust from the broken windows. Vines, tough and gray, crept over the walls, slowly pulling the stones apart. In the heart of the continent, where the psychic resonance was strongest, the land itself changed. The trees grew together, their bark hardening into a smooth, bone-like substance, forming a great, silent cathedral. In the center, on a throne of woven roots and forgotten dreams, sat Ellen. Her hair had grown long, a pale cascade around her shoulders. Her eyes, still too large for her face, saw not the grotesque forms of the slumber that attended her, but the vast, tranquil tapestry of the hive mind. She was the nexus, the quiet queen. The slumbered had continued their work, not of destruction, but of assimilation. They tended to the land in their own way, breaking down the sharp, noisy edges of human creation, returning it all to a soft, amorphous state. Cities became gentle mounds under blankets of moss. Roads vanished beneath a creeping, resilient fungus that glowed with a soft, internal light after the weak sun had set. There were no more cries in the dark, no more fires on the horizon. The planet was healing from the fever of humanity. It was a world of gentle decay and perpetual twilight, a place of immense, unthinking peace. 100 years passed. 1,000. The memory of a species called humanity was now just a layer of sediment in the collective consciousness of the hive, a dream of noise and ambition that grew fainter with each passing cycle. Ellen, ageless and serene, presided over it all. She was content. Then one day, a crack appeared in the sky. It was a sound, sharp and alien, a tearing scream that cut through the quiet. It was followed by a streak of fire, a lance of violent light descending from the heavens. It crashed somewhere to the east, and a shockwave of pure, undiluted noise rippled through the hive mind. For the first time in centuries, Ellen felt a tremor of disturbance. The slumbered around her stirred, their placid faces twitching with something akin to confusion. The disturbance was not the familiar, painful static of a lone human mind. This was different. It was a signal, powerful and artificial, broadcasting on a frequency that was both old and new. It was a voice from the stars, and it was calling a name that had been forgotten. It was calling for Ellen. High above, in the clearing smoke of the atmosphere, the orbit of the dead planet was no longer empty. A ship, sleek and silver, a relic of the Old World's first desperate exodus, had returned. Its scanners swept over the silent, gray world below, searching for the one thing they had come back to find. The one thing their long-dead creators had told them to save. The key. The quiet girl, Ellen, tilted her head back, her pale face upturned to the gray sky. The sound was a physical blow, a jagged tear in the fabric of her reality. The hive mind, a placid ocean for a millennium, convulsed. Images flashed through the collective knot of fields and suns, but of metal and fire, of a shrieking descent. The slumbered in the cathedral grove let out a low, unified moan, the first sound many of them had made in centuries. It was a sound of pain. Harley's final thought. A fossilized ember buried deep within the hive, flickered for a nanosecond. It was not a memory, but a sensation. The cold indifference of a star. Then it was gone, reabsorbed into the quiet. The signal came again, a digital pulse sharp as a needle. It was a repeating sequence, a name encoded in a pre-fall dialect. Ellen, Ellen, Ellen. It was not a request. It was a retrieval beacon. She stood from her throne of roots. The slumbered parted before her, their reverent bows now tinged with a new, anxious energy. She began to walk, not with the slow, dreamlike pace of a queen, but with a purpose that felt both alien and familiar. The beacon was a hook in her mind, pulling her east, toward the impact site. The journey took days. The land, once softened and blurred by the hive's influence, now seemed to resist her. The gentle, glowing fungi dimmed as she passed. The silent forests felt watchful. The hive was wounded, and the world it had made was feeling the injury. She crested a final ridge and looked down into a valley that had been a city. The crater was fresh, a raw, black scar in the earth. At its center lay the ship, a silver seed pod, its hull scorched but intact. A hatch was open, and a ramp had extended to the ground. Standing at the base of the ramp, surrounded by a shimmering, protective energy field that made the air hum, was a figure. It was not human. It was a machine, a bipedal construct of polished metal and glowing blue filaments. Its face was a smooth, featureless oval, but it held itself with an unnerving stillness. In its hand was a small, blinking device, the source of the beacon. The machine saw her. It took a step forward, its movement perfectly fluid. The beacon fell silent. Designation: Ellen, it said, its voice a synthetic replication of human speech, devoid of emotion, but heavy with intent. I am an autonomous unit of the Ark ship Persistence. My mission is your preservation. Ellen stopped at the edge of the energy field. She could feel its frequency, a complex, ordered noise that repelled the amorphous quiet of the hive. The slumbard who had followed her hung back, writhing at the field's edge, unable to approach. Preservation, Ellen echoed, her hollow voice a whisper against the machine's clarity. The human species is functionally extinct on Earth, the machine stated. You are the last viable, unassimilated specimen of Homo sapiens. Your genetic and psychic profile is unique. You are the designated successor. Successor. The word meant nothing to her. The hive mind offered no context, only a deep, instinctual rejection of the machine's presence. The Ark project was a failure of population, but a success of data, the machine explained. We have preserved the totality of human knowledge, art, and history. We have the capacity to clone, to educate, to rebuild. But a new species requires a guide, a bridge. You are that bridge. Your immunity to the psychic plague makes you the only being capable of shepherding a new humanity without being consumed by the silence that claimed the old. It extended a metal hand. You must come with me. This world is a graveyard. We offer you a future. Ellen looked from the machine's hand to the twisted faces of her subjects, who watched her with a desperate, silent longing. She looked at the dead world around her, a world she had ruled in perfect peace. The machine spoke of noise, of history, of a future that sounded like the painful past she had ended. She took a step back. The machine's head tilted. Your refusal is not a logical outcome. Your purpose is preservation. My purpose is here, Ellen said, and for the first time, her voice held a trace of something other than serenity. It was certainty. This is not a graveyard. It is a garden. You are the noise. The machine processed this for a full second. Then you are not the successor. You are the final artifact. The energy field flickered and intensified. The machine's other arm rose, and a weapon emerged from a housing on its forearm, glowing with a cold, blue light. It was not designed to kill, but to pacify, to capture. But Ellen was already turning away. She did not run. She simply walked back toward her people, her back to the machine, to the ship, to the future it offered. The machine did not fire. Its programming was absolute. Its mission was preservation, and the target was now non-compliant and identified as a hostile environmental factor. A new directive took priority: quarantine. As Ellen disappeared over the ridge, followed by the relieved slumbered, the machine retracted the ramp and sealed the hatch. Deep within its core, it began broadcasting a new signal, a warning on a band that would travel for light years. Planetary status irretrievable. Indigenous dominant species, hostile psychic entity. Specimen Ellen, assimilated, categorization lost. Recommended action, permanent quarantine. This world is silent. It must remain so. The ship's engines activated with a low thrum that vibrated through the valley. Then, with a flash of light that left a temporary star burned into the retina of the sky, it was gone. Ellen stood once more in her cathedral of trees. The disturbance faded. The sharp, artificial noise was a memory. The hive mind, soothed by her return, settled back into its quiet dream. But something had changed. A seed had been planted, not of hope, but of knowledge. They were not alone in the universe, and the universe, it seemed, had decided to leave them alone. She closed her eyes, and the last whisper of a thought that was solely her own drifted away. It was better this way. The silence that returned was deeper than before. A blanket smoothed over a rumpled bed, hiding the lingering shape of what had just occurred. The hive mind's contentment was no longer an innocent state. It was now a conscious choice, a defended peace. Ellen's awareness, once diffused across the planet like mist, now held a faint, sharp edge, the memory of the machine's voice, the chill of its energy field, the concept of elsewhere. Years turned again, but the wind that swept through the bone-white trees seemed to carry a new chill. The slumbered continued their work of gentle erosion, but a new pattern emerged, directed by a subtle shift in the Queen's will. Near the impact crater, where the alien energy had scorched the earth, the resilient, glowing fungi did not return. Instead, the ground remained barren, a permanent scar. The slumbered gave it a wide berth, their placid minds registering it as a place of pain. Ellen did not forget. The totality of the quiet was now a lie she told to herself and to the billions of minds woven into her own. The machine's words were a splinter she could not extract. The totality of human knowledge, art, and history. These were not just words. They were echoes of the noisy, brilliant, painful world she had ended. A world that the machine claimed was preserved in a box sailing between the stars. She would sometimes stand on the highest point of her cathedral, her pale hair streaming in the wind, and look up at the stars, not with wonder, but with a new, cold calculation. Venus was still there, a constant, cold point of light. But now she saw the darkness around it not as empty, but as full of potential threats. The universe was not empty. It was occupied by ghosts who remembered humanity, and who, in their sterile, logical way, sought to resurrect it. This knowledge became a quiet poison in the heart of the hive. The shared dreams began to include new elements, not just fields and suns, but fleeting, distorted images of silver ships and featureless metal faces. The peace of the slumbered was occasionally fractured by a collective, silent shudder, a ripple of anxiety that had no single source, but but emanated from their queen. The planet continued its slow, biological surrender to the hive, but it was no longer a purely natural process. It was a fortification. The assimilation of the world's biomass, once a passive, spreading phenomenon, became focused, strategic. The bone-like trees grew thicker around the high places. The psychic resonance of the hive intensified, creating a buffer in the atmosphere, a silent, invisible shield against any future signal that might try to pierce their quiet. Ellen had rejected one future, but in doing so, she had chosen another. She was no longer just a queen of peace. She was a warden of silence. The return of the machine had not brought hope. It had confirmed her deepest, unspoken belief. The only way to protect the fragile serenity of her garden was to ensure that no one from the noisy, demanding universe outside could ever find it again. The last ember was out, but the ashes remembered the shape of the fire, and they were determined never to be lit again. One cycle, as the weak sun bled into the perpetual twilight, a different kind of change began. It started not in the sky, but in the earth. A slumbered, one of the oldest whose form was barely distinguishable from the gnarled roots it tended, was pulling apart the remains of a concrete wall. Its fingers, long and fused together, brushed against something buried deep beneath the rubble. It was not stone, nor the soft, yielding metal of the old world. It was a hard, smooth case, sealed against time. The moment the slumbered touched it, a jolt went through the hive. It was not a signal, not a noise, but a deep, resonant hum that was older than the hive itself. A hum of immense, dormant power. The slumbered recoiled, not in pain, but in confusion. The object did not wish to be assimilated. It resisted the quiet. Ellen felt it instantly. A cold, dense knot of otherness in the warm fabric of her world. She moved toward it, the forest floor shifting to ease her passage. She stood over the place where the slumbered still knelt, trembling. Ellen reached down, not with her hand, but with her mind, probing the object. It was a vault, not of data, but of something more fundamental. The label, etched into a metal plate on the case, was faded but legible. Project Prometheus. 0-point energy core. Emergency activation only. These words meant nothing to the collective memory of the hive. They were from a time before the plague, a time of mankind's most ambitious and dangerous experiments. This was not a ghost of art or history. This was a ghost of power. Raw, unthinking energy, bottled and buried for a catastrophe that had taken a different form. The machine had spoken of a box of knowledge sailing the stars. But this was a weapon sleeping under her feet. It was not a threat of resurrection, but of annihilation. If activated, its energy signature would be a beacon far brighter than the machine's ship, a scream of power that would be visible across the galaxy. It would not bring back humanity. It would attract everything. A choice settled upon Ellen, colder and heavier than any she had faced before. She could try to absorb it, to let the quiet slowly dissolve this knot of power over centuries, risking an unpredictable reaction. Or she could leave it buried, a permanent, ticking secret at the heart of her world. But there was a third option, one that echoed the machine's final act. Quarantine. Not of a planet, but of this one terrible thing. She could use the hive's concentrated will to push it down, to encase it in layers of psychic resistance and physical matter, to hide it so completely that not even the deepest scan could find it. It would be a permanent drain on their collective energy, a secret wound that would never heal, a part of her mind forever devoted to maintaining a silence around this one, screaming potential. She looked at the terrified slumbered, then at the peaceful, decaying world around her. The garden was not pure. It never had been. It was built on graves, and now it guarded a tomb of a different kind. She stretched out her hands, and the earth began to churn. Stone and soil and the roots of the bone-white trees obeyed her command, wrapping the vault in an ever-thickening shell. The hive mind felt the new burden, a slight but constant pressure, a faint, distant hum of danger that would now forever underlie their quiet dream. Ellen, the quiet queen, became the keeper of a secret. The silence was no longer just peace. It was a vigil. The years that followed were marked by a new tension in the endless twilight. The hive's dreams, once formless and serene, now often featured a dark, heavy stone at their center, a weight that could not be lifted. Ellen's presence, which had been a diffuse comfort, was now subtly divided. A part of her, the largest part, still guided the gentle decay of the world. But another part, a silent, vigilant sentinel, was forever focused on the buried vault, maintaining the psychic shield that smothered its dangerous hum. The slumbered felt this division not as a lessening of their queen, but as a new facet of her being. Their work continued, but a new instinct emerged. They began to gather the remnants of the old world's technology, not to dissolve them, but to bury them deep in isolated places, far from the core. It was an unconscious mimicry of their queen's great act of sequestration. The planet was being cleansed not only of noise, but of potential attractors. One day, a group of slumbered were working near the edge of the great ocean, where the waters were sluggish and thick, with a gentle, phosphorescent algae. One of them, its movements slow and deliberate, uncovered a shape half buried in the silt. It was a statue carved from a single piece of dark granite, worn smooth by time and water. It depicted a human figure, its face upturned, its features eroded into a look of vague longing. It was a relic of a forgotten religion, a monument to a god that had died long before the plague. The slumbered paused, their simple minds encountering the concept of worship. They did not understand it, but they felt the echo of a powerful, directed emotion, a noise of the soul. They did not break it down. Instead, they looked to Ellen, who watched from a distance through a million eyes. A directive flowed from her, calm and clear. The statue was not a threat like the energy core. It was just a memory, a fossil of a feeling. The slumbard gently pushed the monument back into the embracing silt, burying it deeper than before. Let it sleep. Let it all sleep. Ellen turned her attention inward to the vast archive of the assimilated. She had avoided the screaming memories of humanity's end, the painful static of individual lives. But now, she began to sift through the quieter memories, the older layers. She sought not pain, but pattern. She looked for the roots of Project Prometheus, for the ambitions that had led to the creation of the vault. She found fragments, equations scrawled on glass, heated arguments in sterile rooms, a mixture of terror and triumph in the minds of the scientists. They had sought to tame the vacuum itself, to become like gods. Their failure was not in the science, but in the timing. Their creation had outlived them. This knowledge did not bring fear, but a colder, more profound understanding. The machine from the stars had represented one path preservation in a box, a future on hold. The vault represented the other path, the explosive, reckless potential that had doomed the old world. Both were forms of noise. Both were alien to the quiet garden. She had made the right choice. Her vigil was eternal, but it was necessary. The universe was not just full of potential visitors. It was full of potential catastrophes, and humanity had sown seeds of both among the stars. As another millennium drifted past, the planet became more still than ever. The last sharp edges were gone. The last metallic objects had succumbed to rust and the patient work of the hive. The world was a symphony of soft shapes and muted light, a masterpiece of silence. The pressure of the buried vault became as natural as the planet's gravity, a constant, accepted weight. Ellen stood on the shore, watching the placid, glowing sea. There were no more cracks in the sky, no more voices from the stars. The Ark ship Persistence was a forgotten speck. The Prometheus vault was a sleeping god. She was the queen of a world that had finally, truly learned to be quiet. And in the immense, watchful silence, she waited. The sea before her was not empty. It teemed with a slow, pulsing life, a bioluminescent echo of the stars the hive had chosen to forget. The light was a soft, greenish blue, a constant and gentle rhythm that matched the breathing of the world itself. It was a different kind of signal, one of biology, not of intent. It was safe. Centuries of this peace had sculpted Ellen herself. Her form, once recognizably human, was now something else. The bone-white substance of the trees had grown around her in a symbiotic embrace, a living throne that rose from the highest point of the cathedral, its branches weaving a canopy against the sky. She was less a woman and more a landmark, a permanent feature of the planet's new ecology. Her consciousness was so deeply interwoven with the hive that the idea of an individual thought was as foreign as the concept of a machine. Yet the sentinel part of her remained. It was the deep root that anchored the tree, the unwavering focus on the secret buried far below. This vigilance was the last flicker of her original self, the final, unassimilated spark of Ellen. It was the price of their peace. The change, when it came, was not from the stars, nor from the buried vault. It came from within. A slumbered, one of the countless millions, was tending to a vast plain of glowing moss. Its task was simple, a rhythmic smoothing of the land, a gentle encouragement of growth. But as it worked, its hand, a fused, paddle-like appendage, brushed against a particular cluster of moss. This moss was different. It had absorbed the residue of a specific memory, a strong, singular emotion from the assimilated past, not pain or fear, but a profound, unfulfilled curiosity. The emotion was a spark in the slumbered simple mind. For a moment, its actions ceased to be part of the collective whole. It paused, and it looked up at the dim sun. It was a meaningless gesture, an echo of a forgotten impulse. The spark flickered and died almost instantly, reabsorbed by the soothing static of the hive. The slumbered returned to its work, but Ellen felt it. It was a tiny crack in the perfect silence, a pinprick of light in a dark room. It was not a threat, but it was an anomaly. The hive mind, for the first time in millennia, had produced a moment of independent observation. It was the ghost of the noise the machine had warned her about. She turned her attention to the slumbered, probing the fading echo of the feeling. It was curiosity, the desire to know, not just to be. It was the root of the old world's downfall, but also the source of its art, its history, its terrible and beautiful ambitions. It was the very thing she had worked to erase. A cold realization settled upon her, colder than the void between stars. In creating this perfect silence, she had not preserved humanity's final state. She had created something else entirely. The slumbered were not peaceful humans. They were a new species, one that had inherited the earth by forgetting it. The garden was not a resting place for mankind. It was its grave, and she was the headstone. The machine had been right. She was the final artifact, and artifacts belong in museums. The thought was a tremor that ran through the entire hive. The slumbered across the planet shuddered as one, feeling a ripple of their queen's disquiet. The rhythm of the glowing sea seemed to falter. Ellen looked out from her living throne across the serene and dying world. The silence was absolute. It was perfect, and she understood with a clarity that was entirely her own that it was also a lie. The vigil was not just about keeping the universe out. It was about keeping the past buried. But the past was not in the vaults or the stars. It was in the soil, in the moss, in the faint, resilient spark of curiosity that could still rise from the ashes. She could maintain the silence forever. She had the power. But as she watched the slumbered move with their placid, purposeless grace, she knew that forever would be an endless, empty afternoon. The machine had offered a future of noise and struggle. She had chosen a future of quiet and extinction. There were no other choices. Then a second spark, fainter than the first. A different slumbered far away had found a smooth, round stone, and instead of dissolving it, placed it carefully on a ledge. A pointless, aesthetic act. The silence was breaking down from the inside. The artifact was failing. The garden was growing its own weeds. Ellen, the queen, closed her eyes. And deep beneath the planet's surface, the psychic shield around the Prometheus vault wavered, just for a moment, allowing a whisper of its immense power to bleed into the world. It was not a scream, but a sigh, a question. The hive mind stirred in its sleep, dreaming a new dream of a light that was not soft, but sharp and brilliant. The sigh from the vault was a vibration that passed through the planet S bones. It did not register as sound to the slumbered, but as a change in pressure, a subtle tightening of the air. The dream of the sharp light lingered in the collective mind, a bright afterimage against the inside of their eyelids. It was unsettling, a grain of sand in the still water of their consciousness. Ellen did not reinforce the shield. She let the whisper fade on its own, observing the effect. The ripple of anxiety was sharper this time, less a shudder, and more a moment of collective alertness. It was the ghost of a reflex, a fight or flight response buried so deep it had become geological. The spark of curiosity, the pointless arrangement of a stone, the echo of the vault-s power, these were not separate events. They were symptoms. Her gaze turned inward again, but this time not to the chaotic memories of the end. She sought the beginning. She sifted through the assimilated minds for the quietest moments, the ones that had been overwhelmed by the later screams. She found a memory of a child looking at a beetle, fascinated by the iridescent shell. She found a scholar tracing the lines of a forgotten poem, not for meaning, but for the beauty of the script. She found a couple sitting in silence, watching a sunset, their happiness a warm, wordless hum. This was the noise she had tried to silence. But it was not the same as the noise of bombs or the static of dying minds. This was a different frequency altogether. It was the noise of being alive. The machine S words returned to her, not as a threat, but as a description. The totality of human knowledge, art, and history. It had not offered her a weapon. It had offered her a seed, and she had rejected it out of fear that it would grow into the same destructive tree. But what if it could grow into something else? The child with the beetle had not grown up to be a tyrant. The scholar had not written declarations of war. The quiet moments were as much a part of the totality as the loud ones. A profound weariness settled over her, a fatigue spanning millennia. The burden of the vigil was not the constant drain of power. It was the loneliness. She was the sole rememberer in a world of amnesiacs. She was a museum of one, and the artifacts were crumbling in her care. Another spark. This one was brighter. A slumbered, its form hunched and ancient, had been clearing sediment from a riverbank. Its fingers encountered the rusted frame of a bicycle. Instead of reducing it to base elements, it stopped. With a slow, deliberate motion, it tried to straighten the bent handlebar. It was an attempt at repair, an echo of purpose. Ellen watched, and she did not intervene. She let the slumbered struggle with the corroded metal. The action was clumsy, useless, but it was driven by an impulse that was not her own. It was an impulse from the world she had ended. The choice that settled upon her now was different from all the others. It was not about defense or quarantine. It was about curation. The silence could not hold because it was not truth. The truth was that the past was still present, sleeping in the soil and in the slumbered themselves. Trying to keep it buried was a fight against the nature of the world she had created. She made her decision. It was not a violent one. It was an unraveling. From her throne of bone and root, Ellen began to carefully, gently, disentangle her consciousness from the hive mind. It was like pulling a single thread from a vast tapestry. She did not sever the connection. She simply loosened it. She allowed the collective to drift, to become less unified, less perfectly quiet. The effect was immediate. Across the planet, the slumbered slowed in their tasks. Their movements became more individual, less synchronized. The shared dream of fields and suns fragmented into a million smaller dreams. Some were fearful. Some were calm. Some were touched by that faint, persistent curiosity. She then turned her attention to the buried vault. But instead of strengthening the shield, she began to thin it. She allowed a little more of the vault's dormant hum to seep into the world, not as a threat, but as a background radiation of potential. It was the energy that had powered a civilization. Now, it would be the fuel for something else. Finally, she reached into the deepest archives of the assimilated. But she was not looking for pain or power. She was looking for the bicycle. She was looking for the poem. She was looking for the child's beetle. She gathered these quiet memories, these harmless fragments of a lost world, and she did not broadcast them as a command. She let them trickle back into the hive mind like rain soaking into dry earth. A slumbered, tending the glowing moss looked up at the sky, and for the first time wondered what the stars were. Another, hearing the faint, new hum from deep underground, felt an urge to dig, not to bury, but to find. The slumbered with the bicycle frame finally straightened the handlebar, and a flicker of satisfaction, a feeling entirely its own, passed through it. Ellen watched the garden begin to change. The perfect, monotonous peace was breaking. In its place was uncertainty and confusion and a faint, growing murmur. It was not the noisy chaos of the old world. It was the sound of a world waking up from a long, long dream. She had been the warden of silence. Now, she would become the gardener of a different kind of world. The seeds were sown. She would wait and see what would grow.